Oh, I'm ready to start. Good afternoon, honorable members. I assume I'm ready to go. I'm ready to start. When the House is suspended at 1, the honorable member for East Grand Bahama. Member, are you ready to start? All right.
Simply, I wish to once again thank the good people of the East Grand Bahama constituency. I want to, before I get into my substantive presentation, to commend the McLeanstown Count Cracking Association and all of the good people of the McLeanstown settlement for the wonderful festival, the wonderful celebration that we had on the October the 10th, the holiday Monday, where they celebrated 50 years of the McLeanstown Count Cracking Festival. And we had a wonderful time there in McLeanstown. Folks came from all over the country, and we had tourists there as well. But I wanted to commend them. This was the first time that is being held since the hurricane, so it was really a tremendous boost. Vendors themselves said that they were able to make some money. Folks who were there had a very good time, a good family time that was there, so I wanted to commend them. I also wanted to join with the leader in offering condolences to MCM Nesbitt Higgins, who was a powerful, powerful figure in the Free National Movement. I could remember him sitting in, it probably would have been back in 2006, when I first offered myself to be a candidate. And he was one of the persons who were on the candidates committee, asking some very, very difficult and pointed questions. And ever since then, he has been a very good mentor to me, and I'm sure to many, many more of us. Mr. Speaker, getting into my substantive presentation, the member for Centerville, as well as the member for Bain and Grantstown, and also the member for Fort Charlotte, spoke this morning in reference to the blacklisting and those requirements that were missed, really, and caused us to unfortunately become blacklisted. Much of what Fort Charlotte said, I actually agree with in terms of taking a bipartisan approach to these type of matters. You know, it only makes sense for there to be a collaborative effort between those persons who would have worked on these matters before and those new persons who are coming into office. It only makes sense for persons to be able to work together. It is a highly, highly technical area. And most of us who are policymakers take advice from those technicians, those persons who are highly qualified, those persons who are highly experienced in this. Most of us who were at the time policymakers and who are now policymakers take technical advice. The question, though, that has been posed by members on this side, in particular the leader, myself, and others, is that the computer program that, and quite frankly, I was I was taken aback, not necessarily taken aback, but I found it very interesting that the financial secretary who spoke to this in the Tribune and said that the issue with the blacklisting was because of a defective computer system. Now, I believe we all could agree that the system that was in place, we were advised that the system needed to change. We call it an upgrade, you call it an overhaul, but the system needed to change. The question, though, that we have to ask is that in September of 2021, right after the election, in September of 2021, the technical advisors advised the government, here is a proposal, or here is what is being proposed for us to change in order for us to become compliant. September of 2021. You had a deadline of March, April of 2022 to become compliant. So if you had acted in September, October, November, December, if you had acted, you would have been able to amend, change, upgrade, overhaul the computer system in order to ensure that you were ready for the March or April deadline. I'm also advised that in February of 2022, there was an extension, there was an expectation that March, April, we were not going to meet the deadline. So there was an extension to September of 2022. Unfortunately, we still did not have the system in place in order for us to fully comply in September of 2022. But what was even more curious was when I read what was stated by the financial secretary, where he said, being removed from the EU list starts with acquiring a more robust computer system. Now, bear in mind, this was after the blacklisting. So this was just recently. He said, removal from the EU list starts with acquiring a more robust computer program. The application is a database, but the database that should be able to generate certain reports and do certain checks and so forth, he said. We'll just buy a new application. We'll just buy a new application. We are in the final stages of selecting an application. This was said in October of 2022. We'll just buy a new application. So our question, what we must examine, what we must ask for, is if you knew in September of 2021, if you knew, you were advised that this needed to happen, a year later, why is it that we are only now in October of 2022 purchasing the new application? And see, that's where this comes from. That's where the question comes from. This is not just a haphazard way of asking these things, or a haphazard, but any objective, I believe, observer looking at this whole scenario would have to ask themselves the question, what happened in September? What were you doing in October? What were you doing in November? What were you doing in December, January, February, March, April, May? What were you doing throughout all of those months? Another issue that we would have is, again, as we said, this is a highly technical area. And the advisor, there was a lead advisor who was unfortunately disengaged in December of 2021. I believe this was a mistake. I believe this was a critical mistake, because if we had continued with that contract, there would have been a continuity that would have been useful in continuing this. He unfortunately now works for actually another country. He's a Bahamian, a very, very talented Bahamian, a very, very talented Bahamian, and now was picked up by another country and is now unfortunately advising another country on these same matters. So, Mr. Deputy, this is where the question lies, and we have to ask the question, had the government acted in September? Had they acted in October? Had they acted in November? Would we still have been blacklisted? That's the question that we have to ask. We have to prod that. We have to ask that question.
Hedge story all over again. The hedging story all over again. It comes in duplicates.
So, Mr. Deputy, as we said, we agree with
Twins.
we agree with the
So the twins. This is twins. Twin calamities.
Automatic Exchange and Financial Account Amendment Act. We agree with that. We agree with Centerville that this is necessary. But I would be remiss if I did not use this opportunity to provide our assessment of where we stand today as a country in terms of economic and fiscal planning, or more appropriately, the absence of proper economic and fiscal planning. We are unfortunately seeing the results of their poor planning and lack of execution almost on a daily basis, with the financial blacklisting and the recent Moody's downgrade as clear examples. We warned them in this place and in our public comments that coming out of the twin economic calamities of Dorian and COVID-19 pandemic, it would be critical that the government develop a comprehensive fiscal and tax reform plan with the full involvement of all Bahamian stakeholders, and then stick to that plan. Because that's what is at stake here. That is the key part that's missing. Yes, you've put a fiscal strategy in place, albeit late, but yes, you put it in place. But unfortunately, you have failed to abide by it and stick to what was in it. And that's a credibility problem. That's the credibility challenge that a number of these rating agencies have. We said that this while we were in office, and we said it now in opposition. Instead, the Davis administration choose to engage in knee-jerk and ad hoc tax initiatives that have put the country's fiscal trajectory perhaps more in peril. Yes. We in the FNM introduced the fiscal responsibility legislation that they supported while in opposition. We warned them against breaching the Fiscal Responsibility Act by ignoring the deficit target in the annual budget that they themselves establish in their fiscal strategy report. Not only is that expressly against the law, but it has sent a message to our creditors and the rating agencies that this PLP government is not serious about fiscal restraint. We caution them to ensure that any tax cuts are fully thought through and paid for by adjustments elsewhere to revenue measures or by decreased spending. This just makes sense that if you are going to give tax breaks or if you are going to reduce your revenue stream, it should be paid for by replacing it with an additional revenue stream, or you cut your spending to ensure that you are not widening your deficit. We argued for specific and targeted tax relief for the least fortunate members of our society, for them to keep paying 12% on the high-end real estate transactions that only benefit the wealthy. We said they should keep those in place. Why cut them when they only benefit the wealthy? We still believe this. The PLP has ignored us, and now, unfortunately, for 2 consecutive months, and we must watch this. We must watch this. For 2 consecutive months, June and July of 2022, the VAT revenue is down from where it was last year, even though the economy has rebounded substantially. We are very concerned that for the last 2 consecutive months, June and July 2022, the government reported a decrease in VAT collections. Reported months. According to the government's 12 months fiscal snapshot, we only could go back based on what you report, and that's where we are. According to the government's 12 months fiscal snapshot 2021-2022 report, VAT revenue for the months of June 2022 was 13.7 million less than what was collected in June of 2021. Now, in June of 2022, we were doing substantially better than we were doing in June of 2021. 12%. In the government's monthly budget report, no, but what was told to us was that if you reduced it, it would be more activity. And in fact, you would be collecting more. That was what was told to us. But now we see in the government's monthly budget report released recently for July of 2022, VAT collections were some 37 million less than it was in July of 2021. Now, we only can go based on the report, and I add a caveat to this, that we only can go based on the reports that were presented to us, but it is something to watch. It is something to be concerned about. It is something that we must pay close attention to. Mr. Deputy, we warn them of the importance of producing their fiscal and budget reports on a timely basis. Yet the fiscal strategy report of 2021 was months late. All of this, taken collectively, matters. We will see if they manage to produce the 2022 report on time in November of this year, next month. The monthly budget reports are routinely late. and for absolutely no good reason. This chronic tardiness is indicative of the lack of regard that the present government has for statutory obligations. These are things that cause domestic and international investors in Bahamian bonds to lose confidence that our financial affairs are not being managed properly. It is relevant to all Bahamians because the more difficult and expensive it is for the government to get money to run our country, the less we will have to assist everyday Bahamians. So this is a real issue for every Bahamian to pay attention to. Mr. Deputy, what is interesting though is the Moody's downgrade. Moody's in their reporting on the credit downgrade explained what would lead to an upgrade. So they didn't come right out and say, well, you were downgraded because X, Y, Z, but they said this is what will lead to an upgrade. If you do these things, this is what will lead to an upgrade. Or stated another way, if you had this in place, then the government would have been looking at an upgrade as opposed to a downgrade, if you had this in place. The fact that we didn't get an upgrade or even keep the rating meant that whatever they said was not in place. Mm-hmm. What did Moody say would lead to the upgrade? Moody said in their recent published report, implementation of fiscal and economic policies, and I want to key on that, implementation, not just putting it in a book, not just putting it online, implementation of fiscal and economic policies that support a fiscal consolidation process and place government debt on a more durable downward trajectory would also put an upward pressure on the rating. It is clear to us, that the government's excessive discretionary spending has contributed to the downgrade. We believe the government's failure to abide by its fiscal strategy report and fiscal targets also contributed to this rating downgrade. While the recently published annual borrowing plan, in fact, the annual borrowing plan was actually published shortly before the downgrade. But obviously this plan did not move Moody's at all.
It didn't move them in the right direction.
Not in the right direction. What is worse though, what is worse, Mr. Deputy, is while the PLP pat themselves on the back, Bahamians continue to struggle with high prices, high inflation, high energy costs, high food prices, and a high crime rate. Life is not better for most Bahamians. We are not seeing an increase in the assistance and the relief, particularly in the islands still recovering like Grand Bahama and Abaco. We do, however, Mr. Deputy, here's what we do see. We see an increase in travel and subsistence, which happens to exceed the 2021-2022 budget amount by 11.1%. The budget that you set, the budget that was set for travel, we're not even talking about the increase in budget, but we're talking about the budget that was set in place. You exceeded the budgeted amount by 11.1%. It is also very concerning that the government spent $34.8 million less.
Stay focused.
It is also that you...
The chair recognized the honourable member for Angleton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry, Mr. Deputy. I just wondering if the member could assist with providing a more what's the word I want? Faithful, or apples and apples, as opposed to apples and oranges. The 2021, 2022, 2020, 2021 period that he speaks of, that's the period you're speaking of, right?
Is it your presentation or his?
2022, right? And yes, that budget period was your budget. Yes, that was your budget, and it was also at a time when travel was quite restricted, where finally the former administration agreed to cut back on the elaborate and exorbitant travel that was being undertaken by the prior administration. And so it is not comparing apples and oranges. What we should see is when we look at the height of travel of the former Free National Movement administration, and also reminding the member, Mr. Deputy, that the former Prime Minister, who's not here at this time, promised that he would account to the Bahamian people for his travel, and he never did, never accounted. So I don't think the former administration should talk about travel. Please don't do that.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for East Grand Bahama.
I have 6 more minutes. I have 6 more minutes, Mr. Deputy.
Members, members,
$10 for land. Please protect our speaker.
When you, Mr. Deputy,
I've been there. I was here the day that was debated.
members.
I was here when
Mr. Deputy,
Get it right.
the fact still remains that there was a budgeted amount for travel. It was exceeded by 11.1%. It was also very concerning that the government spent 34.8 million less.
That's all we can
you're acting Prime Minister.
It is very concerning that the government spent 34.8 million less on small business assistance. Unfortunately, small businesses continue to struggle as they have not received significant help during this inflation crisis, and many small businesses continue to struggle. And these small businesses are the lifeblood of our economy. They are the ones that we must pay special attention to.
Silicone is a big business.
We again, Mr. Deputy, we call on this government to stop its seemingly endless PR and its endless campaigning, and to take a sober and serious mantle of governance. As we in the FNM have said, as Moody's has said, we will only ever get to improve our financial situation if and when we articulate and then execute a credible set of fiscal and economic policies that would get us to a firmer footing. They told you what they want to see. They told you what is necessary. We call on the government
And what you promised in the blueprint
to prepare a white paper on tax and fiscal reform, and to begin an earnest and sincere dialogue with all of civil society stakeholders so that we can get the country on a stable and sustained track for dynamic and inclusive growth for the medium and the long term. And I know I've spoken a lot about fiscal principles and the budget and those things. But ultimately, Mr. Deputy, I re-emphasize, this affects the everyday Bahamian.
Yes, it does.
It is important for the everyday Bahamian.
Yes, sir.
And the fact that we are not going in, I believe, the right direction when it comes to our fiscal plan and implementation of a proper fiscal plan affects everyday Bahamian. The more difficult it is to obtain financing, the more difficult it is for the government to obtain money and keep money to run the country, the less we have to help Everyday Bahamians. And everyday Bahamians need the help. So we must do all that we can to ensure that there is sufficient funds to be able to help the everyday Bahamian. So my argument here today, my point here today is that we must do whatever is necessary when it comes.
Members.
What we emphasize is we are emphasizing these fiscal responsibility matters because they will help the everyday Bahamian and make the everyday Bahamian life better. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy.
Thank you, Honorable Member. That's many. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Freetown.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Gives me great honor to rise in this place to speak for and on behalf of the good people of Freetown. It's given me this rare opportunity. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as things develop in this country, we must all be mindful that Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, if I might, this morning we started on, such a good chord. We started on words from the 11th chapter of the book of Genesis, which was indeed comforting. And we had great hope as we were counseled for unity, using the words attributed to the Lord himself. In the 6th verse of the 11th chapter of Genesis, where it is recorded in the New Independent Version, the Lord said, as was read in our hearing this morning, if as one people, speaking the same language, they have begun to do this, then nothing they plan to do will be impossible for them. And my heart was so blessed and I was so encouraged to think that all of us having sat down and heard about unity, that we would then practice some on this matter of very vital importance to this country and, quite frankly, to all countries of our description. You see, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have to be realistic. Fun and games aside, the world marks the manner of our bearing. The world listens to what is said on the other side to determine just how united we, the Bahamian people, are on any issue. When we have petty politics, the world sees that. The world sees it as disunity. The Lord confounded the people building the Tower of Babel simply by causing them to speak separate languages. And when they got speaking separate languages, they could then not accomplish everything they put their minds to. Any one of us who've been involved in the financial services world here knows that it's a very simple matter. The Prime Minister put it quite elegantly in his address to the UN General Assembly. I don't put it so elegantly. What is happening is an attempt at recolonization. of developing countries taking the resources of developed countries taking the resources of developing countries, and they do it openly. And the fact that countries aren't united and people within countries aren't united is what permits it to continue. And so, if I may, for the record of this House, when he traveled to the United Nations Assembly, and that will be in the travel budget, when the Prime Minister traveled to address the 77th session of the General Assembly of the United Nations in New York, he did not stand up and say that we are a corrupt nation. When he traveled, here is what he said when he talked about major financial reforms required. And I quote from my senior, "Mr. President, it is time for new resolve and new cooperation. Last year, I brought to the attention of the General Assembly the threat to the financial service industry in the Bahamas and our region. I said then, financial services is a crucial component of the Bahamian economy. We see an indispensable role for the UN in leveraging its universal jurisdiction for greater oversight of global anti-money laundering, de-risking, and tax cooperation matters. Sadly, little to nothing has changed. We continue to struggle to recover from the economic shocks of hurricanes and the COVID-19 pandemic. We also have the additional battle with inflationary pressures created not by us, but by the war in Europe. And now to top it off, we are yet again the victims of inequitable and unjust measures on the part of major economic actors. All these factors place a stranglehold on our national development and that of other small island developing states. Just yesterday, the OECD issued a statement placing the Bahamas on their blacklist. Mr. President, the action is profoundly unfair. When we look at the countries that are flagged as high risk and not blacklisted, several startling commonalities emerge. Why is it that European states that operate framework akin to that of high risk or blacklisted countries are not even eligible for inclusion on these lists? Why are all of the countries targeting, all of them, small and vulnerable and former colonies of European states? We find it astounding that the $2 to $3 trillion, which is estimated to be laundered each year through the developed countries, are never flagged as causes for concern. And yet, my country, which is widely recognized as one of the best regulated countries in the world, and other countries like the Bahamas, are singled out for such reputational attacks. The robust regulatory regimes of our central bank, Securities Commission, and Insurance Commission are chastised on minor details of technical process, while much bigger transgressions in the developed world are ignored. The evidence is mounting that the considerations behind these decisions have less to do with compliance and more to do with darker issues of prejudgment, discriminatory perception. Black governed countries also matter. Mr. President, we support the call for reforms in the global financial system to make it more relevant to the needs of the day, and those reforms need ambition. They need to go beyond the incremental and they need to apply to all. For example, the community of international financial institutions are in a position to forgive the debt incurred by the economic shutdowns during the COVID-19 pandemic. They should do so. Every year that we do not do the right thing to do becomes more expensive. I adopt, Mr. Deputy Speaker, those eloquent remarks of the Prime Minister of this country, Philip Edward Brave Davis, who on the world stage, as he travels to take our message to the world, demonstrates that his third name is indeed appropriate and earned. I have said, Mr. Deputy Speaker, when I was president of the bar and we were signing up for this game, which is the rules are made by the developed countries. They are players on the court and they are referees. That if we sign up for this, it would be a slippery slope back to colonization. In short, they wanted what we had, and they have effectively come to take it from us. Just as they took our cotton, just as they took our gold, just as they took our rum, and indeed, just as they took us from Africa and transmitted us to this place. This is not a joke, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We will either be Genesis 11:6 people and be united so that we can accomplish whatever we desire, or we will be divided and scattered as the Lord divided the people building the ambitious tower. Mr. Deputy Speaker, so that one can put some context to the words of our brave Prime Minister, Alan James, in the Journal of Ethnic and Migration Studies, wrote an article entitled Black, an inquiry into the pejorative associations of an English word. We so easily, as a majority Black country, use the word blacklisted. There are a number of them: blacklisted, blackball, blackmail. None of them have anything other than a pejorative meaning. And Mr. James, who happens to be writes this, and I quote, "The offensive connotation of the word black in English impose on the users of the language, black-skinned and white-skinned, an interpretation of reality that is hard to break. Association with darkness and death, dirt and sin, evil and taboo, which seem so pervasive that we may be tempted to regard them as natural parts of our common sense knowledge of the world and of our own humanity. But they are natural, or they are part of socially constructed reality, which can be traced to specific historical origin through demonstrable processes of development." Isn't it amazing that the Europeans have put us on a black list? Personally, a black list to me should be a good list to be on, because I'm proud to be Black. But we bandy this about and we've accepted it. We've accepted it. I heard it repeated by the member for East Grand Bahama about this black listing. For heaven's sakes, let's stop using the word and use the technically correct word for it if we must use it at all. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it has been abundantly clear.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Deputy, I do not disagree with the thesis of the member from Freetown in terms of the negative connotations associated with words that are Eurocentric in nature. However, he ought to be balanced because members on both sides have used that term, and so again, don't isolate the member for East Grand Bahama. You had colleagues who preceded him on their feet use the term. So as you share this very important, and I don't say this disingenuously, this very important Afrocentric lesson, let's make it balanced so everybody could benefit.
Thank you, honorable member. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Freetown.
For the life of me, I don't understand the point of order. I didn't say that only East Grand Bahama used it. I said let us, which is the plural. The member for Marco City is a man of letters. He will know that us is the plural, not the singular. You know? He's literary. I really don't know why the member for Marco City is so touchy, you know. I really don't. When we talk about blacklisting, I have used the word, everyone has used the word. I have said, let us. Us includes me.
So you're gonna go minute East Grand
So
Bahama.
You're a man of letters.
I don't know. Maybe it's a different times. I spent 4 years in Ragged Island. I don't know if Marco City spent any, but we're encouraged to be blunt and frank. But Mr. Deputy Speaker, the simple point that is made is this. Unless we as people understand that, we cannot then start speaking to the context that we must be speaking. When we sit here and argue about this platform, the next platform, everyone agreeing with the bill, mind you. Nobody disagreeing with the bill. What we do in my submission to this House and to our people is by engaging in this, we justify, qualify, give credence to our opponents who are doing this to us. Yes. The European Union, the OECD countries are our opponents in financial services. The Prime Minister was calling for the United Nations, a neutral, recognized party, to be the one doing this. And we are here, as the people in Camp Road would say, big man and woman, basically patting up our opponent by saying, oh, y'all should have acted a little quickly before they blacklist y'all. Y'all should have done this, y'all should have done that. The Prime Minister, September of this year at the UN was quite clear. It is unequitable, it is unfair. I have a very simple thesis. The Lord himself recognized that the unity of man threatened their ability to reach to heaven in a tower. And he confused them. And we're letting these other men confuse us when we permit them to get us to do what I have heard today. Let it be clear. Philip Edward Brave Davis travels to tell the world, we are back. We ain't scared. We think you're being unfair. We want you to stop it. Simple as that. We think you're responsible for the damage to this country. You should pay for it. Stop talking, write the check. Everywhere he travels, that is his message. Simple as that. So it is very, very simple. All of us on this side agree on this. Some of us are more robust and aggressive like Angliston, less patience with foolishness like Angliston. Some of us have a lot of time for foolishness and don't mind sitting down and listening to it. Some of us don't. That is the main point of difference between members on this side. And so let us be clear. As the member for Exuma and Ragged Island has said on a number of occasions, when you talk down your country, you have talked down yourself. That's right. Plain and simple. If we have something of policy, of substance, of philosophy that we disagree on, let us debate that. But this petty political backward and forwarding on matters of great substance just is another Tower of Babel moment where we confuse ourselves and lose our power. You know, when I talk about telling a complete story, we heard, oh, there was a 25% drop in the VAT revenue for June and July. Well, the same report that said that there was a budget surplus of $40.2 million for that year period compared to $500,000 for the year ending July 2021. So with all the great fiscal responsibility, $500,000 surplus in July 2021 under our management. July 2022 budget surplus of $40.2 million. You really should mention that in the words of Marco City if you want to be fair and balanced. If you really want to be fair and balanced about fiscal performance, why you mention the $40.2 million budget surplus? When you're talking about, and I know Angliston getting the stuff together about the travel, but when you're talking about the travel, why you don't talk about the $40.2 million budget surplus? Are we confused in language like at the Tower of Babel? $40.2 million budget surplus. My understanding is that means you have 40.2 more dollars than you budgeted to have at the same time. So how do you manage that? How exactly do you manage that when Abaco will tell you things are happening that didn't happen for years? If you listen to the constituents in Grand Bahama, they will tell you things are happening that never happened before. If you listen, for example, 50 officers recruited for Grand Bahama alone. For example, on top of that, 200, as of this year, 300 additional recruited. As of this year, vehicles that the police did not have now back in service. The 133 vehicles left in the police force garage getting pushed out. Things like that are happening, and still a $40.2 million budget surplus. So the very simple thing, and I admit not to being, I've admitted, and I've confessed to not being as eloquent as the Prime Minister, but I would say we have a decision, each and every one of us, whether or not we are going to determine to speak the same language, and the same language must be the language of the betterment of our people, the empowerment of our people, and cooperation in anything that confronts us.
Amen.
Every time I come into this house, somebody mentions crime. I think even if we started talking about cookery, somebody would mention crime. See that? See that? Right on cue.
Right on cue.
Right on cue.
They take it. They couldn't help themselves.
But let me say this. I say this with all sincerity, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We on this side have made it clear. My colleague in Fort Charlotte, even when we're in opposition, we understand this project that's called the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. We take to heart our motto, forward, onward, upward, together. After all, it was this side who contested a whole election over just that issue, independence for the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Going on 50 years ago, that was the sole issue, mainly in a general election. And the people of this country decided to vote with Sir Lyndon Pinling, A.D. Hanna, and the brave warriors of the PLP who brought us to nationhood in 1973. 50 years on, we must determine where we go from here. Either we're going to move forward speaking the same language, or we're not. I say to anyone, if you want to know what the Royal Bahamas Police Force is doing in the Turks and Caicos Island consequent to that order, come and ask somebody. Come and ask somebody. We truly are cooperative in our approach. We truly are open to any suggestions. We truly are open to St. Barnabas us going up and visiting the prison together, as has been offered. We are open. It's not a correctional institution yet. It's still a prison. Make no mistake about that. Make no mistake about that. The American Correctional Association met with me yesterday, and it will shortly be a correctional institution. But at this moment, it is not. And anyone who goes up there at all will know why. And so we on this side are open because we ought to be speaking the same language. There's great power in that, and we're open to that. We have open doors, all of us, to hear anything that is said. The rabble that gathers outside, I have met with them even. I've met with Mr. Bain early last year in the beginning of our term. We are truly working to try to do this together. But as the old folks say, it takes two hands to clap. Ours is extended. The opportunity can be taken up, or again, we could have confusion, as was described in Genesis 11. Mr. Deputy Speaker, with that, I would say Freetown supports this bill, this housekeeping bill, as Centerville has described it.
Thank you, Honorable Member. That's many. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for St. Anne's.
Toby Westcomb's MP. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I now begin my contribution to the budget debate on the pending bill, which is the Automatic Exchange of Financial Account Information Amendment Bill 2022. take two. I say take two because the first draft was previously withdrawn, even though we debated it before. And today it's just as important as the original one that was prepared. Now, Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, when I came to the House this morning at 10 a.m., I was expecting to give my contribution in the morning. In my head, I was putting together what I might say, what I might refer to. I paid attention to some of the national reviews, which I'll touch on later in my contribution. But I came out of my white truck, my four-door Toyota Hilux truck, stick shift. And the parking is definitely more available for parliamentarians on Parliament Street than the parking is available for the general public on Bay Street. Still, you have about 1.5 feet to maneuver, opening your door, bringing your hip out. Are you having difficulty? I'm having a lot of difficulty, Engliston. Bringing your hip out, and you swivel on the back heel of one foot, trying not to let your door hit the people's paid for government car next to you, and trying not to dirty your jacket or your pants too much because the road improvement project on Village Road is still not completed, and there's dust all over your vehicle, so you're like walking against a wet painted wall. I did it though, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And as I was doing it, I heard the voice of a female, and she started talking. I didn't have my jacket on at the time. My jacket was in the back. It had been raining. I didn't want to soak my jacket getting into my vehicle to come to town. But I heard the voice of a female, and I could detect that the voice was coming from the front of my truck. I didn't have an appointment set up, so I wasn't quite sure the motive. So I wasn't trying to make eye contact at first, but I was listening. And there was two gentlemen, because as I'm swiveling, I'm taking in full periphery, and there was two gentlemen approaching the back of my truck. Now, I noticed the black shirts, so they were from the coalition. I knew that they likely would be kind and considerate to me. But the whole time, I'm negotiating in my head what's happening with these two gentlemen approaching me. And I'm hearing the woman talking at the front of my vehicle. I can begin to pick up the words she's saying, and I don't have my jacket on. And she's saying something about this man, this man, this man. I didn't know she was talking about me, but she finally said, "This man, the man don't have an undershirt on." So she had a big complaint about this man. Still, I wasn't sure she was talking to me. I was hoping it wasn't me, you know. If you don't get into the conversation, you generally can stay safe of it. But she's talking about this man who didn't have his undershirt on. And then she was talking about this man without his undershirt on who didn't have his jacket on, that needed to put his jacket on because of his pink skin. You could see his pink skin through the shirt, Mr. Deputy Speaker. At that point, I knew she was only talking about me. And since she knew such intimate details about me, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I said, now I have to talk to the lady. And it turned out that her name was Sister J. She hails from the constituency of our Prime Minister from Cat Island. Sister J's comments and requests of me in between identifying my clothing deficiencies, in her opinion, was that women in this country want protection. Women in this country want fair treatment. And all they're asking for is for justice, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So even in what I set out as my travel and arrival here, it may have been painted a bit comical, but there was true merit in it. It wasn't an opportunity missed. It wasn't an opportunity overlooked. Sister J, I would say, is now a friend of mine. And she did ask me, after I asked her name, to say it on record. So I hope she's pleased that as a representative of the people, I have now spent the first 4.5 minutes presenting her case. Mr. Deputy Speaker, what brings me to where we are now is this current piece of legislation. And I have to ask this House, and I have to do it on the record, because that's the opportunity I've been presented with as an elected member of Parliament. But I have to ask, what are we doing? We have one piece of legislation, and that is the piece of legislation today, the Automatic Exchange of Financial Account Information Amendment Bill 2022. This is the first piece of legislation that's been debated in almost to the date, because we broke for summer on July 20th. This is the first piece of legislation that this legislative branch of the government of the Bahamas is doing in almost 3 months. And that is an entire quarter. 3 times 4 quarters, that's a full year. So in an entire quarter, we have only debated one piece of legislation. Now this isn't, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the piece of legislation here. This is quite voluminous, you know. You might say something this thick, as thick as what I'm holding in my hand, might take 3 months to prepare for. But this piece of legislation is, watch it now. See? Look here. Flying high. Flying high. The member for Fort Charlotte said they're flying high, Mr. Deputy Speaker. But this piece of legislation does not reflect an administration that deserves to be flying high. We should be laying low. We should be getting on with the people's work. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, I just heard someone say we are, which would tell me that they know what they're doing, except there have been at least 4 representatives from the government that have contributed to this bill. Now it's really 2 pages and 2 inside pages, and really one and a quarter. My point is, my point is,
Hitting the chord, my brother, hitting the chord.
my point is, this is my time. This is my time. So you had 4. Look here, nobody knows, and you know why? Because this isn't really worth reading, or maybe it's worth reading but not noticing. You can look to section 4 of this amendment bill, and I'll read it. And if someone catches it, I'm sure the public can catch it. If those kids are not in school in, where is it? Great Harbor Key or the Berry Islands right now, maybe they'll catch it on channel 420, Parliamentary channel. I'll read section 4. And when you hear it, let me know. Insertion of a new section 12A into the Principal Act continues. The Principal Act is amended by the insertion immediately after section 12 of the following new section. And the subtitle, in quotations, 12A, delegation of functions. The competent authority may, by order, delegate any function conferred on him under this act to a designated officer or a designated supervisory authority in respect of the body of persons for whom that supervisory authority has regulatory responsibility. There's a repetition of words in here that's unnecessary. It's unprofessional, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and in 3 months of work is not reflective of what this F&M government would have been doing had we been in power. Mr. Deputy Speaker, later on, as we move this bill through, there will be a request for that typographical error not to make it into the permanent record that is gazetted, not only for the world, but because of the relevance, not only for the Bahamas, but because of the importance and relevance of this piece of legislation for the international world. Quarter. No, not mixed up. On point. On point. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, today's contribution goes on, I touched on it already. It's been a quarter since we've debated anything in the House. During the summer break and up until this point, we have seen some ups and downs in our country. Now, I don't know if Centerville expected the words that he said to be repeated by Fort Charlotte when he referred to, or even by Freetown, when he referred to this piece of legislation as being a bit of housekeeping. Because a bit of housekeeping portrays a lack of significance and importance. And it's that attitude, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that has us where we are today. I don't think that we're taking this job as importantly as we should be doing. We should not be coming to this house once every 3 months for matters of housekeeping. We should be coming to this house every month, every week for matters of national development. While we broke for the summer break and up until this point today, we've seen an increase in human smuggling, and that was evidenced by the boating tragedy. Now, I sat on my couch Sunday morning when first reports are coming in about this boating tragedy. I made a social media comment, and all of a sudden I know of persons by the name of Nicola, Desron, and Beverly, individuals I never knew before, like Sister J, who I appreciate because they gave feedback on the matter. And overall, as Mr. Freetown was saying, the country was united around this issue. There was a funeral. There were a number of women whose bodies had not been identified. There was representation and attendance at that funeral for those unidentified bodies. And the nation was shocked at this horrific tragedy. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's my expectation that before long, there will be a committee and proposals brought before this Honorable House of Assembly that will attempt to further address the human smuggling occurring in this country. During the same summer period, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and after the report of where this boat left Nassau Harbor, one of my constituents had a center console, 2-engine or 3-engine motor vessel stolen from their property in the Montague Foreshore area. Within 24 hours, that motor vessel was found, located at the exact same debarkation location where this human smuggling operation departed from. And that is a pocket of Arawak Key, which is west of the fish fry. But that pocket, that almost goes as far as, I think it's a Rubis gas station there on West Bay Street. We have police boats, Royal Bahamas Defense Force, Royal Bahamas Police Force boats that patrol Nassau Harbor. And I think they're definitely always at the opening where the cruise ships enter the harbor, as well as 1 or 2 other locations that they may not be fixed at, but they're on patrol at. I see no reason why, if you ever look at that bay on the western side of Arawak Key, why we can't have a patrol vessel anchored in that immediate vicinity so that any vessels going in and out have to pass it. And there's always observation going on, especially at a time when there's been such a huge tragedy. Mr. Deputy Speaker, also during the summer break, we've talked about it, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We went up with human smuggling, and we went down with our international position in the financial services industry. And I thought that after we were reprimanded for still referring to the position of blacklisting, the member for Freetown would tell us what the corrective verbiage or a name would be that we should call it from now on. But he didn't go that far. He just excused the fact that we had ended up on this list as some type of repercussion for our appearance, when in fact what we should be doing is being unified in how we're going to address it, make a determination of, do we continue to jump through the hurdle of addressing it, or is he proposing that we create an entirely new financial services industry that doesn't rely on foreign currencies emanating from mostly the European continent? Also during the summer break, so we moved up in amounts of human smuggling. We moved down on our international financial services list. We also moved down by being downgraded. This is while members of parliament are, taking a break because we're not being here. But Moody's downgraded us, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I don't think that anybody's given consideration to it yet. And I believe that in an effort to be unified as a people, we have to give all points of view and all perspectives consideration. Now, one of the things I recall Moody's saying, and I'm not going to get it precisely accurate word for word, but basically the economy isn't too bad. But because we continue to suffer great losses as a result of massive hurricanes and natural disasters, we're always going to be in a position where I would say we're behind the 8 ball, but I know that's controversial. I'm trying to think of something else. Where we're in a very awkward position, almost a position that we can't get out of. Now, the Bahamas has been around for 100 years. People say that Hurricane Dorian came about at that level about 100 years before another great storm that wiped out many persons that were out to sea in the sponging industry. So why is Moody paying attention to this now? Like what has put this in their head? What I thought was, as Freetown pointed out, the Prime Minister's going around the world saying, give us money. Give us money because of this. Give us money because of that. And one of the things he's going around the world and telling them, and I could swear Freetown to somebody else said, don't talk bad about yourself because people will think bad about you. But isn't our act through the Prime Minister going around asking people for money for one reason or another, talking bad about ourselves? Isn't it possible that because we continue to tell the world we are suffering as a result of your carbon contribution, carbon emissions, and because of that, we're continuing to have these huge hurricanes? Isn't there some correlation or relation to why Moody's is now paying attention to the fact that we'll always be behind because we suffer such huge hurricanes? So in a way, one opinion could be that as well as we're doing as a nation generally, the fact that now we've told the world we'll never be able to maintain ourselves is talking bad about ourselves and has contributed to Moody's view that we'll be downgraded. So we have human smuggling that's gone up, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We have blacklistings taking us down in the international financial sector. We're gone down because of a downgrade from Moody's. Our murder rate, anyone unaware? That's right, murder rate has gone up. Record number right now. Hopefully it'll be curtailed. And I'm not being cynical, but there must be some relation to what we're dealing with here and what's going on in Turks and coming up in Haiti. But as a people, we are unified on reducing that murder rate. But I'm sure there are ways that we could be more creative, and there are laws that we could change as legislators in this parliament that would assist the police. Murder rate has gone up. Also, something else that has gone up while we've been on holiday up until now is electricity. Electricity has gone up, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And not only is this an issue that we need to pay attention because we pay it every month, but from what I remember, there was mention of the fact that we, and when I say we, BPL, this current government, New Day government, they had held back as long as they could on passing on the extra cost to the consumer. But it got to a point where they couldn't hold it back anymore and they had to impose it. And nobody's correcting me. I am clearly not wrong, may not be 100% on each word, but they held it back as long as they could. And now we're gonna have to pay for that delay in holding it back. But Mr. Speaker, importantly is we also have another problem brewing, and that is national insurance. What is this House of Assembly doing for national insurance? You have had in the past the Prime Minister who has said there isn't an issue, but you've also had the minister responsible who hails from Pinewood, who has previously on the record said that this is going to be a problem that's going to go too far in 2 years' time. We need to address it. Well, what is this group in here doing to address it. We are the guys and ladies. I even think that the lady here now is the current acting PM. Is that correct? Angliston? Yes. Angliston is the current acting PM at this time, okay? And it's not because of flying high. I know that's not what they meant, but people are flying again for that to be happening. But the national insurance, what are we doing here in 3 months to address any of these issues? In 3 months, we've come back with a 1.25 page amendment that we really paid attention to and worked on months ago. But you know, maybe it's the only thing we're good to go for now. And I don't mind. You know, I have times in my days, I have times in my life when I prefer to be lazy, but I don't want to spend the time that I have in this honorable House by working on what I would say, in my opinion, is a lazy legislative agenda. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we also have the issue of, okay, so we have human smuggling that's gone up, financial services has gone down, downgrading gone down, murders gone up, electricity's gone up, minimum wage. You know, when we talk about minimum wage, that was a plus.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Central and South Abaco.
Point of clarification on human smuggling. Living in Abaco, being governed by an F&M representative for the majority of my life, has seen smuggling on the rise year after year with no recourse and nothing to do about it. If it wasn't for the individuals and locals on those islands taking their own course of action and trying to help the law enforcement deal with it, but there had been nothing going to say. It's misleading to say that smuggling's going up when maybe the member has opened his eyes to what has really been happening. Finally. And to say that there's a correlation between Moody's and blue carbon credits and us selling for blue carbon credits and what Moody's is doing to us, I mean, I would also say that's misleading. I may be wrong. It may be some paperwork to be laid that would show such correlation, but it's wrong to say it over and over again. It is definitely troubling when the public is hearing these things, and I wouldn't say misleading, but it could be misleading. I mean, there is no facts at hand. There's no evidence laid. There's nothing on the table.
Thank you, honorable member. The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Anne's.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I don't even have the interest in getting into the fact that that wasn't a point of order. I'm glad we're a House that's unified. I'm glad that everybody feels they have a chance to speak whenever they want to speak. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, if someone stands up again to give their own opinion in the middle of my contribution, just note I'm with you, unified, and I'm okay with that. You can let them talk. What I don't like, though, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is when a person in this honorable House will find an excuse for why we shouldn't be alarmed. The people outside of this honorable House, the people throughout the Commonwealth, the archipelago of this great nation, are alarmed by human smuggling. If we sit back and justify that human smuggling isn't really rising, or, well, you know, we just don't have the numbers because the people being smuggled haven't called back once they've gotten to where they were getting smuggled to say, I passed through your waters and I was smuggled. Or maybe the people being smuggled don't even speak English to let us know at our police stations if we don't have a Creole officer there that they've been smuggled. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I don't have time for justifications when the country is crying. Mr. Speaker, the point is that we are the legislators in this great Commonwealth. We have to take pride in the responsibility that has been bestowed on us, and we have to be making productive use of the time that we have here. And we can't make excuses, Mr. Deputy Speaker. VAT collections, Mr. Deputy Speaker, you got a murder rate going up, you got electricity going up, you got minimum wage going up, okay? Now that's a good going up from 210 to 260. I think overall, the feedback from the community, from the business community, and definitely from all the workers is that they'd prefer to have 260 as opposed to 210. We got to keep inflation down so that that's actually going to end up being $50 more in their pocket and not just something that's putting them in the exact same standard of living that they had been in before. They deserve a better life, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Okay, electricity gone up, minimum wage gone up, and now VAT collections have gone down. That's the last thing, or one of the last things that the member for Freetown was saying, and he was quite clever because he said, well, you talk about VAT collections going down, but you don't talk about revenue. Revenue's gone up. Well, look at it. Revenue went up. Very much so. Mr. Deputy Speaker, VAT collections went down, but revenue went up. But revenue went up by what? What is it? 42,000, 44,000 over projections for the period? Huh? Yeah, you're chewing gum in the house. I don't have time for it. I don't have time for it. Good. So it's gone up. Revenue collection has gone up by 40 odd thousand, 42, 45 million, excuse me. Why aren't we talking about it? Well, the last time there was talk about revenue collections having gone up, that was the first quarter of this year. Anybody remember the amount? It's like twice what it is in this recent report. 90 million. 90 million. So they want us to be proud of their efforts resulting in less than half of what we had been given responsibility and credit for, that 90 million increase in unexpected increase in revenue to their 42. On top of all that, VAT collections are down. And what's the big deal with VAT collections are down? That's money you're leaving on the table, Mr. Deputy Speaker. There's an issue there. When you're trying to bring down your national debt, you want to be able to do it so that the future generations are not burdened. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we've looked at this automatic exchange of financial account information amendment bill, but we have an agenda, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that has a number of other bills that have been sitting there that are extremely important to the development of this nation. We have a bill that will repeal and replace the Mental Health Act. And that bill, Mr. Deputy Speaker, a bill for an act to repeal the Mental Health Act and to make provision for the promotion, protection, and enforcement of the rights of persons diagnosed with or exhibiting symptoms of mental illness and the care and treatment of such persons, the establishment of the Mental Health Services Board, the establishment of a mental health review tribunal, and for connected purposes. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is of importance to me, and it should be of importance to everybody in this House, especially those that are putting forward this legislative agenda, because part of what the Honorable Minister for Health, who is another great constituent of St. Anne's, had said is that there would be money allocated to provide better care for persons with mental health abilities. Now, for the past 3 or 4 months, you would drive down in my constituency from the St. Anne's Fish Market, and you would pass Montague Foreshore, and you would find at least 2 camps set up with individuals that were vagrants, and there were efforts to move them on. There was also outcry from constituents because their view was, well, maybe they have mental health issues, and that's the only option that they have. Fine. But when we were earlier on in the legislative agenda in this House, we were supposed to have a mental health bill passed, a new Mental Health Act passed by now, more funding for persons suffering from mental conditions in place, and what I would expect some housing for them, additional housing for them as well, because it's not unknown to the public that generally when you call out Sandilands, the echo back is, no beds available. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, there is a need, just like there's a need, the Minister of National Security has intentions to build a new wing at the prison. There is a need for more beds in our mental health facilities, and right now we only have one. We have several islands. We should have more mental health facilities in our other islands, creating industry and opportunities for nurses in those family islands, as well as creating more beds. We also, Mr. Deputy Speaker, have a bill to amend the Magistrates Court Act. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, like the Mental Health Act, that has been sitting on the legislative agenda, and we haven't passed it yet. Well, if only we could find the people that were charged with the responsibility of passing legislation, get them together in a house on a monthly, weekly basis, we would have more of this legislation going through. Guess what, Mr. Deputy Speaker? You're 100% correct. We are those people. So let's get down to work. Let's get this Mental Health Act passed. Let's get this bill to amend the Magistrates Court Act passed. You may not see the benefit of it. I'm hearing jeers coming from my other side. But one of the things that the Magistrates Court Act was intending to do was to create designated courts for special areas such as domestic violence. We don't need to go into the background of what happened with the Office of the Prime Minister this week, who said this, who said that. Once again, two people from the same desk, talking out of two mouths. I mean, honestly, I don't know if you could do anything that would be more damaging to the women and men that have worked tirelessly to protect women that are suffering from domestic violence than what the minister or what the media representative Clint Watson did when he completely dismissed those efforts in current legislation. There's been an apology since then, but it's just prime example of what we do in this country for the persons that in the middle of the night, early hours of the morning, leave their bed to bring women to safety. Sometimes they're putting them in their own house. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have roughly 1 minute and 30 seconds left. Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Member. Yeah, we have the time. That is correct. Actually, you went over because that started late. But if you want a minute to wrap up, you can get.
I would very much appreciate that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I think you're doing a great job. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, just for the benefit of the public, because they don't see our House of Assembly agendas, the members of the public, they don't see our House of Assembly agendas, but we also have a bill to establish an independent body to manage the administration of the courts. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have backlogs of cases. We have people coming out on bail, being shot, murdered, and killed on bail, innocent bystanders being murdered on bail. Let's get the legislation. And if you want to know what the relevance is, in 3 months, we're debating 2 pages. That's how it's relevant to today. And then finally, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm not going to get into the fact that our national reviews are having headlines that we're screwed, that we need a reality check, or that we're flying blind. I don't have time to read those like the minister from Fort Charlotte and Freetown had a chance to read long dissertations. But Mr. Deputy Speaker, this morning I had the opportunity, in addition to meeting Sister J, to be presented by representatives from the Coalition of Independents with what they prepared as a Bahamas Nationality Amendment Bill. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is very important. I'm not going to read through it now because I've already asked you for 1.5 minutes and you've obliged. But it's important to note that once again, we have individuals in our society that are trying to get information to their representatives, and they want things to be done in this House, this legislative House, Mr. Deputy. I'm a younger man than some of the men in here, and I'm a younger man than one of the women in here, possibly not the one behind me, but time is precious. I heard a member of Parliament today, who said, the most valuable asset is in the world, and he said, time. All right, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's time for us as representatives of the legislative body to get down to work. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many? The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Kalani.
It's time.
I can't start yet. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I will be keeping my eyes very closely on that clock, as I only have 30 minutes. But Mr. Deputy Speaker, first, I'd like to extend condolence to a great man who has passed away, Nesbitt Higgins, who's an MCM. I want to extend condolence to his entire family. Higgins is one of those individuals, he speaks his mind. You know when he like you, and he know when he hates you. He don't hide it. And that's how I hope we would all be as we progress. Mr. Speaker, I rise today on the wonderful and beautiful people of Kalani, and we are here today to debate the Automatic Exchange of Financial Account Information Amendment Bill 2022. The bill seeks to amend the Automatic Exchange of Financial Accounting Information Act 2016, number 37 of 2016, to empower the competent authority to delegate any function conferred upon the authority by the Act to a designated officer or a designated supervisory authority. For over a year now, it has been the responsibility of the new government to oversee our financial services sector and to guide our relationship with multilateral institutions and foreign governments when it comes to our responsibilities regarding tax and information exchange agreements. And based on recent news that the EU had blacklisted the Bahamas, it is clear that the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance has failed to protect the Bahamian economy from this threat. This is yet another example, Mr. Speaker, that all that are ready on day one talk we heard on the campaign trail was utter nonsense. I support this amendment as I am supportive of all initiatives to ensure the Bahamas is a well-regulated and transparent jurisdiction that lives up to its responsibilities. It is important that we keep our standards high and that investors, foreign governments, and other international partners have confidence in our country as a safe and as a responsible jurisdiction. Mr. Deputy, it is disturbing, though not surprising, that after coming back from the long summer break, the New Day administration does not have a robust agenda to bring before our Parliament. The last sitting of Parliament was mostly devoid of significant legislation to deal with the central issues of the day. Little to nothing seem to have changed. The PLP still does not have a compelling vision or agenda for our Bahamas. The Prime Minister said that a dog does not bark at parked cars. Herein is another delusion of the Prime Minister and his government. He seems to believe that because he is constantly rushing to and from airport, traveling the world at breakneck speed, that he is actually accomplishing something. And now as we speak, Mr. Speaker, he's in the air traveling to Bermuda. So I wonder who is acting Prime Minister, as no announcement has been made, so I can assume that Angliston is acting Prime Minister. Commotion is not the same as motion in a good or right direction. The Prime Minister is in constant motion, busy traveling overseas while problems and crises mount here at home. For example, Bahamians are not confident this Prime Minister has a coherent plan to cause a reversal of the EU's blacklisting of the Bahamas. Mr. Deputy, sadly, that crisis is but one of the crisis after crisis taking place under the watch of a Prime Minister who is appearing increasingly, and in my view, incapable of handling the responsibilities of his office. I urge the Prime Minister and the government to deal with the German Tax Amendment Act, which can be very devastating to our insurance industry, as they would be withholding 15% from claimants, from benefits, from commission, from premium. And if this is not dealt with expeditiously, Mr. Speaker, we would face a financial crisis and subsequently layoff. The crime crisis in New Providence is worsening by the day. The Prime Minister just announced his government is raising BPL bills for Bahamians and businesses. And they are doing so in the lead up to Christmas, which is going to be bad for businesses and bad for consumers as they make their Christmas preparations. Shame. Unemployment remains high. Food and gas prices remain high, with food prices continuing to go up. And the Prime Minister has made the stunning decision to impose price controls over a sweeping set of food items and medicines. He did so without proper consultation with wholesalers, retailers, and pharmacies. The Prime Minister's decision amounted to an attack on Bahamian businesses. Businesses are rightly angry that the PLP is making things worse. The Prime Minister is not a businessman, yet he seeks to dictate what businesses can and cannot do, while not understanding even the basic principles of businesses. Mr. Speaker, you know, I always, just to divert for 1 second, I always just say, it's somewhat distressing at times. Individuals are brought into cabinet dealing with $100, $300 million budget businesses and never ran a toffee shop in their life. By dictating price controls on many items, some stores and pharmacies sell. These businesses could be forced to lay off workers or to close. I respect, Mr. Speaker, I respect Bahamian businesses. I respect the hard-working mothers and fathers who set up stores to earn a living for their families.
Members.
And to deliver the necessary goods, services, and medicines to our people.
Mr. Deputy, please protect the speaker.
From himself. From himself.
Mr. Deputy, they should be allowed the flexibility to set prices in a broad market. The previously existing price control measures were sufficient. Bahamian food retailers, wholesalers, and pharmacies have various costs that have risen sharply in recent months. Real property tax, electricity, security is a must because of the crime element that we see in our country. Shipping costs has gone up. Transportation has gone up. They also have to address the issue very seriously of theft. The retailers have said what the Prime Minister imposed on them without notice was unworkable. And in a stunning reversal, the New Day administration said in a statement on Sunday that the price controls would come into effect on Monday, but they would not be enforced. The Prime Minister put forward a bad and harmful policy. The New Day administration did not consult. Then after chaos, multiple chaos and anger emerged, they started to consult, but still brought the bad policy into effect while not enforcing it for now. This is dysfunctional and it is mixed up. This is embarrassing. The Prime Minister is flip-flopping and backtracking in front of the entire country. I say to the Prime Minister, because I know you're on the plane listening, there is no shame on making a U-turn for the good of the nation. There is no shame. In a matter of days, he hit Bahamian businesses with one of the largest electricity bill increase in recent memory, followed by a minimum wage increase and then sweeping price controls. I want the record to reflect that during my time in office as Prime Minister, we are on record stating that we will increase minimum wage. This Prime Minister is bad for Bahamian business, and his policies are very bad for our economy. He's out of his depth when it comes to managing the economy. This wrong-headed effort to dictate price controls to business people has come because the Prime Minister has stubbornly refused to reverse another bad policy that was created. He imposed the Davis breadbasket tax on foods and medicine that previously were exempt. He introduced the brave Davis induced superinflation upon the poor. He was criticized for that and advised by the opposition not to do so. But the Davis breadbasket tax made inflation worse. But the New Day administration has been too prideful and arrogant to remove it. Instead, they have come up with even worse policies, such as the price control expansion, in order to make up for the other bad breadbasket policy. Mr. Deputy, I hope this minor amendment to the Automatic Exchange of Financial Account Information Act helps the Bahamas better live up to its responsibilities. However, it is clear that the Prime Minister and his administration lack the focus and the direction to lead our country more broadly out of the crisis we face. This amendment is necessary, but it's not part of an agenda that addresses or helps stop the out-of-control killings in New Providence. New Providence is further descending into being a lawless place. Sadly, we are nearing record pace for murders. The killers are attacking victims in open places in broad daylight. Just the other day, a young lady was tragically killed in Iraqi, which is a public place frequented by many Bahamians. And there's also a police station there. The Prime Minister keeps saying he is looking for solutions, but he brings none forward. He keeps saying he has a plan or plans, but where are the plans? He keeps talking, and things keep getting worse and worse. Mr. Deputy, sadly, I understand why the New Day administration is doing so poorly at confronting the crisis after crisis facing the country. The major problem is the captain of the PLP ship has too often abandoned his post over the past year. The Prime Minister seems to spend most of his time preparing to travel, en route traveling, on trips, returning from trips, or planning his next trip. The EU may not have blacklisted us if we had a Prime Minister who was doing his job properly. After 1 year in office, the Prime Minister gets an F grade for attendance, for not being at his desk doing the people's work. And right now, the Prime Minister, his out-of-control press secretary, and their large delegation of traveling companions are planning a major trip to Egypt for next month. The conference they're going to is from November 6th to 18th. And now you know, Mr. Deputy, it will take a long time to get to and from Africa. So if you add the travel days before and after the conference, the Prime Minister will not be here for much of November when electricity bills go up. I wonder if he, the out-of-control press secretary, and their traveling companions will go on further tours in Africa after the conference. Maybe they will be touring or spend extra days spending the people's money. Maybe again, they will go on a tour of the pyramids, where the pharaohs and others are buried. Mr. Deputy, it is important for us as legislators to remember that when we come to this place, the people expect to hear us address solutions. I can afford it, to challenge solutions to the challenges of the day. Many listening today will not see how the automatic exchange of financial account information Bill 2022 will address the heartless electricity hike by the Prime Minister. At a time of record inflation, the Prime Minister's government has chosen to increase PPL bills on Bahamians and businesses. This was a choice by the Prime Minister and the PLP. We were previously told that a better arrangement would be for the people. In a March 2nd, 2022 Eyewitness News story headlined, "Dodging Steeper Prices, PM pledges government will do all in our power to avoid electricity cost hike." The Prime Minister suggested he would help the people. The story further said, Prime Minister Philip Brave Davis said yesterday that his government will do all in its power to avoid raising the cost of electricity for Bahamians. Lord knows, and he was very passionate, Lord knows that our people can least afford to have more taxes or costs visited upon their backs. He went on, my government will do all in its power to see how we can avert raising the cost of electricity on our people, Davis said. He said that once he returned from the CARICOM meeting, which ends today, the government will brainstorm on how best to handle the issue. I repeat,
He said the government will brainstorm on how best to handle the issue. Will the Prime Minister please advise the House about the brainstorm in Cabinet or the government? Mr. Deputy, the Prime Minister has failed to protect Bahamians. The increase in BPL bills will increase prices across the economy. The cost of electricity is factored into the cost of all goods and services. Just as the Prime Minister made inflation worse by implementing the Davis breadbasket tax, he is making it doubly worse by raising BPL. And let us not forget, as reported, let us not forget.
All the time. The chair recognized the honorable member for Freetown.
I hope that the member remembers 2020 when he was Prime Minister and the Bahamas Electricity Corporation Amendment Regulations 2020 were passed.
So the point of order.
He suggests that this government caused the change when they put in place the order that requires BPL to pass on the cost of food. Misleading.
Mr. Deputy, in the interest of time, I would proceed, but if you allow me a minute or two at the end, I would be more than happy to address what this member said so that he would know the facts. And let us not forget, as reported, the Nassau Guardian this past August 29th, that the Prime Minister invited Bahamians to be more frugal. This is the same man whose government dramatically increased its travel budget. The same Prime Minister who isn't being frugal with the people's money is telling the Bahamian people to be frugal with their money. This is worse than hypocrisy. This is a betrayal of the public trust. The Prime Minister and the PLP are mocking. They are mocking the Bahamian people. They are traveling the world in grand style, while many Bahamians can't make ends meet, with some of our people now having to skip meals. In fact, Hands for Hunger has reported 28% of Bahamians have skipped meals for lack of money or other resources. But the PLP does not care. They don't seem, as the young people would say, they don't seem to be checking. They're checking. Mr. Deputy, this bill seeks to help the government better live up to its duty-bound responsibilities when it comes to the automatic exchange of financial account information. I have other concerns. About members of this administration not clearly following all the procedures they should. The member for Elizabeth is the Minister for Transport. It is my understanding that hundreds of new taxi plates were issued. I ask, have these plate issuance been gazetted, as is mandated by law? If not, that would mean the plates are not yet properly covered under law. And Mr. Deputy, as no member want to answer such question, I will answer the question. They have not been gazetted. The member had not gazetted as required by law. I refer to the Road Traffic Act, where the minister proposes to increase or decrease under subsection 1 of this section the maximum number of any class of license referred to in that subsection. He shall cause his proposals for the purpose to be published in the Gazette, and there shall elapse between the date of the publication of the Gazette and the date of the announcement of this determination a period of not less than 30 days. Section 4 states, before reaching a determination, the member shall consider any representation in writing made to him not later than 21 days after the date of publication in the Gazette referred to in Section 3 of this section, and such determination shall be published in the Gazette. Mr. Deputy, the member violated the law.
Just like I was saying.
And she did not comply with the law. In my opinion, and the opinion of many judges and legal professions whom I've asked, in the opinion, when there's no compliance of the law, it is an illegal act. Mr. Deputy, this is the problems that can arise. When the controller left office, there were 1,135 taxi plates. That was the last number, 1,135. Today, it's up to 1,800. I've seen with these own eyes
All of them?
a plate driving or a taxi driving around. That was number 1,703. But there's 1,000. So there's 665 plates that were issued. Now, they did not adhere to the law. And therefore, the problem is, if they were to encounter any form of accident, does the insurance company hold any responsibility? Because they have violated, the law is clear in the Road Traffic Act, Section 66, subsection 3 and 4, shall. And now you see why we have so many problems within this country. When the government themselves do not follow the law, what do you expect the common man to do? You follow the leader.
Like you did. Like you did. Learning from you.
Mr. Deputy,
Learning from the doctor.
the Bahamas face a serious challenge. I ask the members to deal with the Minister of Transport. We're facing serious crisis. We're now about to embark on a road traffic crisis, an insurance crisis, because they are not responsible. Those taxis that are on the plate did not adhere to the legal policies in the Road Traffic Act. Under the leadership of this Prime Minister and the PLP, Bahamians are increasingly fearful about crime, about the economy, and about the future. The government is lost.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Angleton.
The member for Kalani has made a number of allegations, including accusing the Minister of Transport
It's not
of
presented.
violating the law. He's not referred to any legislation. I was asking, what provision is that? And the other thing the member should bear in mind, repeat it, that he should bear in mind is that what the minister sought to do was to look at dormant plates that were not on the road and to seek to address those dormant plates. So your assumption that there was some increase in the numbers is not, I would wish you to advise this Parliament upon what are you basing that? Because my understanding is that the minister sought to address dormant plates where people have died, where you saying no, you know more than all of us then. And so if you are aware of some other situation and where there was an increase, provide us, and outside of the dormant plates, if you would refer us to the legislation that you are saying has caused what has happened to be unlawful.
Thank you, honorable member. Can you please put? Yeah. Can you go back to the time? We said the. It wasn't? Okay. Yeah.
Anyhow, Mr. Deputy,
I would give you extra time if you need.
Listen, that was our intent also to do the same. However, the law is straight. She went beyond the 330. The taxi, Mr. Deputy, I do not speak without having facts. At the end, I will even table a copy.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
I will table a copy of the law for her. But you can Google Road Traffic Act, Google it, and look at section 66, subsection 3 and 4. Mr. Deputy, allow me to finish first. With BPL bills, it will be a hard Christmas for many Bahamians. Many won't even be able to keep the lights on their Christmas trees due to the Prime Minister's decision to raise the electricity bill. And when the Prime Minister's again flying high in the sky, with his head in the clouds on his next trip, but he's on a trip now, on way to Bermuda. Let us hope he might spare a few thoughts for the country he has left behind. I got 1 minute and 30 seconds. So far, the PLP doesn't seem to care, and they are not checking for we, the people. I asked the question. Are you introducing real property tax in the family islands? Because I know you've been obtaining the information from the residents in Maniwaki and other family islands. Are you about to ensure or force Bahamians to pay real property tax? You can answer these questions on undeveloped property. As you are trying at this point in time, forcing those from the over-the-hill community who live within the tax-free zone, you are trying to enforce and make it mandatory that they pay real property tax when they are exempted. Mr. Deputy, before I close, the member mentioned about the bill for the courts. I agree, such a bill should be brought forward. I agree. But, Mr. Deputy, there's something that bothers me that I would have loved to bring in, but I did not, and I would like the members to think about it. There are 3 sectors of governance. There's the judiciary, there's the legislative, and there's the executive. Judiciary, led by the Chief Justice, has certain benefits, insurances, etc. The executive has certain benefits. For some reason, there's discrimination against the legislative. Mr. Deputy, you and the Speaker are in charge of the legislative. And you have my support that this discrimination should end, so that that's a matter that should be dealt with. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Freetown.
Continue. You finished? No, you finished? You all finished? Okay. The member asked for additional time to address Regulation 4, 5, and 6 of the Bahamas Electricity Corporation Amendment Regulation 2020, made the 26th of June 2020, signed by T. Desmond Bannister, Minister charged with the responsibility for the administration of electricity. He don't remember what he asked for a minute for?
The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Kalani.
I accept you, Mr. Deputy. I yield to the member from where? West End and Bimini.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Marco City.
Mr. Deputy, just as a matter of...
The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Centerville.
As an update for the edification, not just of the member of Kalani, but for all of us sitting there in this house. The Attorney General last week did in fact meet with the Ministry of Finance with respect to the insurance issue that was raised. Yeah. So that took place on Friday.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Kalani.
I am happy that the member has informed me that they are dealing with the matter, because it's a serious matter. As you know, we live in so that individuals would understand, we live in a hurricane zone. We can suffer catastrophic disasters. As you know, we can have as much as $500 million in damage that the insurance may pay out. And if the insurance withholds 15%, that by the new German law, that would then mean that the Bahamian insurance companies may be responsible for $60, $80 million, which would be cost prohibitive and cost serious. But there's the other factor also, as you know, you must enter those discussions of which you've started, because you know there's so-called tax exemption. And the insurance companies, the ones in Germany especially, and spilling over the EU, because they would lose their tax exemption status, then they would not want to work in jurisdictions like the Bahamas. But I'm happy to hear that you're dealing with it, because we can, if not dealt with properly, blacklisting is a joke. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. You all have a good day.
Thank you, honorable member. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. The acting prime minister raised the issue with respect to taxi plates. The acting prime minister raised the question concerning the taxi plates, and we've heard this asserted. This is now, I believe, the second time we've heard a member on their feet make the point that the amount of plates that were issued is related to those plates that were dormant or could have been the part of somebody's estate. We've asked in the question and answer period, will the Honorable Minister confirm for the Honorable House the exact number of taxi plates given out or distributed since the PLP came to office? We raised this question because of the statements made by members of the government, and everything that we have heard, including the union's assertion that there are more than 600 plates that have been issued. And so, again, the question shouldn't be posed to us. I believe the government ought to answer the question that we have raised about the amount. And it exceeds that the 200-300 that has been mentioned. We're well over that particular number. Thank you, Mr. Deputy.
Thank you, honorable member. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Freetown.
The problem with a gynecologist reading an act is that it may not be properly read. The proviso, the subsection 66(1) says that provided that in the event of a license or licenses being granted by virtue of the proviso, the paragraph A of subsection 1 of section 70. So for the edification of anyone at home who read section 66, just to include it, you have to read section 70 as well.
Thank you, honorable member. The chair recognizes the honorable member for West End.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. A wonderful place to begin, right where the member for Kalani ended, because the member for Kalani was talking about how individuals come to the cabinet having not run a business, but he never ran a law firm. And so, therefore, I suspect it's rather difficult, as pointed out by the member, how he might misinterpret what the law says. And Mr. Speaker, I just find it to be incredibly amazing as I listen to colleagues speak today. I find it incredible that the members spent more time seeking to score what I consider brownie points and celebrating what I believe to be very small, minor issues, and also to seek to get points on divisive issues as opposed to allowing us to hear their patriotism. I find it quite amazing to listen to the member for St. Anne's when he wants to tell us about our legislative agenda. When, Mr. Deputy, we have used the rules of the House and we have used the colleagues and to ensure that all the country is kept abreast on everything that we're doing. In fact, Mr. Deputy, the communications, I think, have annoyed the members opposite because they speak thoroughly to the work being done by the government. And because they have to sit, and they've tried on 1 or 2 occasions to speak when it's not supposed to happen.
The chair recognizes the honorable member from Marco City.
The member for West End and Bimini asserts that they have used, that is, the government has used the rules of the House to keep the public informed. A part of the rules of procedure of the House, Mr. Deputy, is to utilize the second Wednesday of every month as, in a sense, opposition day, a time when we can ask the questions in order for the government to answer the list of questions put forth by the opposition to bring clarity to matters that they may not have raised through their communications, etc. They have gone out of their way to miss each second Wednesday of the month. And I asked them to go back and count the Wednesdays. And so it's important for them not to mislead the public that they have seized every opportunity and used the rule to be democratic, because they have not.
Mr. Deputy, we use the rules of the House. We've answered questions brought to this House by members opposite, and we'll answer more questions because we have no difficulty answering questions. And we will answer questions. Oh, no, not at all, not at all, not at all. We will answer questions. And we have, Mr. Deputy, we brought a total of about 49 pieces of legislation to this Parliament since we began the sessions last year. And we have moved through 41 to this point. And we do have a very aggressive legislative agenda. And some matters raised about healthcare. We're also coming with a whole package, a whole section to deal with healthcare in our country. So all that you've raised today, because obviously you wanted to occupy and utilize some time, but the reality, Mr. Deputy, is our legislative agenda is full. We know where we're going in healthcare and education, dealing with national security, dealing with all the matters that are important to this country, family island growth and development, agriculture, fisheries, all the issues in this country, Mr. Deputy, we will attend to as a part of our legislative agenda. But what we will also do is use communications to ensure that our members speak directly to the Bahamian people and to this House on issues that we are contending with and matters in the progress of the government. That is what we do. And when questions are to be answered, we'll answer questions. We have no difficulty with that. We committed to you before, Mr. Marco City, and we did so. We answered the questions. No, we will answer the questions. We will answer the questions. That's all we have to do. Answer the questions, Mr. Deputy. And so at the end of the debates, we're interested in ensuring that our country is moving forward. And Mr. Deputy, I heard the member for St. Anne's talk about the size of a piece of legislation. I've never heard anything as ridiculous in my life. He's suggesting that a piece of legislation must be, I suppose, long-winded, many words. The truth is, Mr. Deputy, the legislation could be on 1 piece of paper, 2 pieces of paper, or 3 pieces of paper. It doesn't matter. It's the substance that we're talking about. And that's how we got here today, dealing with this matter. This matter that we're dealing with today is here because it's important to what we're dealing with in terms of our financial institutions. And our financial services sector, which is considered the #2 sector of our society. and Mr. Deputy. And the truth is, and I listened to the talk about, we had 1 year, but they were warned before we came into office. They didn't do anything about it. But Mr. Deputy, I don't want to go there. That's my difficulty with this debate, because I really believe it's a divisive debate. I really believe that these issues, particularly when the Bahamas and countries, the vulnerable countries, small countries, former colonies, I believe that when we are being told to do certain things and when the pressure is being brought on by the European states and other bodies, the OECD generally, I really believe it's all to ensure that our countries do move progressively. I've always held that view, and I hold it more strongly now. The Prime Minister and others have said they keep moving the goalpost. I agree with what the member said earlier about the interpretation of what is really the why. Why? When the Prime Minister said at the United Nations several weeks ago, when he said that Black governed countries matter also. Mr. Deputy, I felt good about that statement, and so did the Member of Parliament for St. Barnabas and other peoples of this country. Because Mr. Deputy is making a very strong statement. It meant that we as the leaders of Black countries must understand the pressures you're continuing to have from countries that have tried to institutionalize colonies and have tried to use the legislative arms and the muscle that they have to control, to slow our growth, to slow us down. When this started more than 20 plus years ago, you remember the compendium of bills, 20 bills. They were being faxed into this parliament to change our laws. Most ridiculous time in our country. But we were being pressured to do so. And the response of the government at the time was to move with haste. And so it was coming in one after the other, faxed in, fax in. And at the end of the day, Mr. Deputy, it was all intended to slow down the growth of these countries. Think about it. If you take away the arms, take away the strength, we don't control tourism, you know. You know, when they decide that they're going to shut down the flights and they're going to sanction or boycott or whatever, you realize what happens? Your economy stops. They do the same thing with financial. They control these countries still, Mr. Deputy. And that is why a unified voice is always important. I don't care what anybody tells me. A unified voice is important. I will never, ever.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
Mr. Deputy, I take such issue with the member for West End and Bimini seeking to mislead the public into believing that the government has some monopoly on the point of view that the OECD, the European Union, the Americans have a moving goalpost and that the Free National Movement has not made the identical point. In this same debate, I raised the same issues. So they don't have a monopoly on it, but all we are saying is there are many other issues to be discussed in addition to the unlevel playing field imposed on us by the Europeans, those in Europe and their descendants. And so don't cast the discussion. I would recommend you do not cast the discussion as if we are not in unison on this issue. We wish to, however, discuss other issues, inclusive of when the government does not execute in the manner it should. That's the point.
But that's not my point. I'm with you. I'm with you. You and I are not on a different page there. What I'm suggesting is when we come into the parliament, though, and we spend more time talking about who did what in 1 year, who did what, and dealing with the matters that they were demanding and all the rest, we should not be saying that, in my view. But you can. In my view, that's not the argument. The argument is that we ought to be together collectively fighting the forces. And I believe, like Mia Motley has pointed out in the interview she had with the congresswomen, the Congress personalities in the United States of America, she made it very clear.
He is not our leader.
She's a part of the CARICOM community, and we're all signatories to the Treaty of Chaguaramas. And that Treaty of Chaguaramas talks about unity, and we should be unified on these issues. And the point she made, Mr. Deputy, is that you go to Luxembourg, you go to Delaware, you go to those countries, and you can get banking easily. But come to these countries here, and we have all sorts of difficulties. The point she's making, and she's telling the Americans, listen, just change this game here. Change this game. Remove what you've been doing. And the whole idea, Mr. Deputy, is because we have to grow our countries. We have to grow our economies. And if we continuously find ourselves having to fight with, contend with, we'll never grow these economies, and they move the goalpost. And it's absolutely true. And every time they move it, means that you're going to be slowed down some more. Every time they move it, you slow down some more. Every time they move it, means that we're going to have to be suffering more. And more and more and more and more and more. Which also creates a demand for diversity, also creates a demand for us to be more creative, also creates the need for us to find more ways in which to earn and strengthen our economies. That's all well and good. But in the meantime, my argument is very simple. We should be fighting collectively. And I agree with the member for Fort Fincastle when he said today in the recommendations he's made, Fort Charlotte, my apologies, Fort Charlotte, when he said today that we ought to be causing for an international or body, a regional body, or we ought to be working with the body that's been created by former Prime Minister P.J. Patterson. And that is what we ought to be doing. That's what I want to see, Mr. Deputy, because some matters to me are not political. Some matters about my country. And whether it's the Free National Movement government or the Progressive Liberal Party government, we all will sink or swim together. I don't care what it is. And some things that we debate, Mr. Deputy, I believe is fundamentally important for us to understand that we ought to be working together. That's what I'm talking about, Mr. Deputy. And that's what I want to see. And so I stand strongly with what the Prime Minister said at the United Nations. Black governed countries also matter. And that just tells us the work that we have to, the workload that we have in front of us, Mr. Deputy, just tells us that more work must be done by black governed countries because we have to always push. And we must always be punching above our weight because at the end of the day, there are those who still want to have control of the world. Whether it's through Bretton Woods or whatever it is, they want to have control of the world. And they like to have control of our countries because they still believe we got away. They still believe that they should have everything. They still believe that they should be dictating to our states, telling us what we can do, telling us what we can have, and slowing our growth and our development because there's a view that if we become this independent, you know, we're independent, but we're still very dependent. So the view is if we become independent, well, could you imagine the strength of these countries? The CARICOM community. Pardon me? CARICOM countries, Mr. Deputy, in my view, the existence of the CARICOM community, 50 years ago next year, through the Treaty of Chaguaramas, is to cause for unity. It's a cause to have a stronger voice in the region. It is to ensure that we can take on issues and approach these issues because smaller countries, you're collectively stronger than you are as a single country. And that is one of the reasons. And if we can cause that to happen in dealing with matters like this, I think we can make much greater progress. Because after we've done all this work now, after we've changed the platform, after we've bought the new software and everything else, then what's next? Something else next one. Something else a couple of months from now. Some other thing going on. Yes, I agree with the proactivity. Yes, put an office in place, ensure that we have a management structure, ensure that they said earlier that we established an office overseas to ensure. Well, again, right back to the same place. The point is, what is going to be our collective view as a region? And how do we take that issue and take it to the United Nations and take it to the EU and take it to the OECD and take that argument as a people of a region of the Caribbean, of CARICOM countries in particular? That's why I believe we ought to be. That's why there's some issues I really don't believe. I really don't see the division. I don't. I never do. I never did. You'd never find anything on record where even when it happened the first time. What I had a difficulty with, and if you recall, Sir Lyndon Pinley was still alive when we changed and began to follow this demand by the OECD. Sir Lyndon Pinley was still alive. He asked the question, then what? And we see, and it hasn't stopped. And we have to be a little bit more progressive in our thinking and passing some laws. I agree with Marco City. Passing laws that will take us to a point where we begin to change the game, because if we don't change the game, no matter all this talk we got going on, you'll have more inflation. You'll have more poverty. You'll have more deprivation as a result of. And so the region itself, our countries, we must find new ways to take them on. Not to, but for our own existence and for our own independence, for our own strength, and for the strength of our people. Mr. Deputy, that is where I believe we ought to be going. That is where, and when we respond to these issues today, I have no difficulty knowing that the Attorney General's office and others are working feverishly. They're going to cause some things to happen. I know that, Mr. Deputy, and I know that we're going to respond to, and hopefully early next year, where this blacklisting, lifting the name off of that would happen. Let's pray God that happens, considering where we are today. But in the meantime, let us continue some work. Let us begin to use the bright minds of our country and move our country forward.
Gotta be bright minds.
Okay. Notice I looked at St. Anne's, right? Look at the minds of our country, the people of our nation, the collective will, the collective thought. Bring the ideas to the table. That's how you change the game. Because we have to understand that they never conceded. They never accepted. They never accepted what you folks did. They never accepted what our forefathers did. They never accepted it. And they still don't. And so that is why we must continue to fight. Mr. Deputy, that is sum total of what I wish to say on this bill. I do support the work being done by the Attorney General's office. I do support the position presented today by the member for Centerville. That is my position, Mr. Deputy. And West Grand Bahama, and maybe that wonderful place of strength, that wonderful place of resilience and determination, where some of the greatest people of our country live, Mr. Deputy, they stand with me in support of this piece of legislation.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for St. Barnabas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, I rise on my feet to make my contribution to this debate on the Automatic Exchange of Financial Account Amendment Bill 2022. As I do rise on my feet, Mr. Deputy, I'd like to give Almighty God thanks for again allowing me to see another day on this earth in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, to serve the people of St. Barnabas, and to serve the people across the length and breadth of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, to be with my family and to watch my children live out their purpose that God has for their lives. Before I get into the substance of this debate and my particular contribution, Mr. Deputy, I wish to add my voice to the chorus of voices in here today and indeed across the Commonwealth, recognizing the passing of our meritorious council member, Nesbitt Higgins, who, for me personally, I've enjoyed the benefit of his mentorship and his wisdom in all aspects of Bahamian life. Nesbitt Higgins was a freedom fighter of the highest order, and you always knew what was on his mind. And as I said recently, in an age of particularly politics where oftentimes persons can be less than upfront, if I could use a phrase, MCM Nesbitt Higgins was one of those persons who was not afraid to tell you what was on his mind, no matter how uncomfortable it may make you feel. But his frankness was an inspiring asset that we watched on display for decades. And in fact, as a young man, I heard about Nesbitt Higgins even before I had the opportunity to build a mentee relationship with him. Also, I'd like to offer condolences to the family of Levant Miller. Levant Miller, who was also a fighter in the cause for the Free National Movement. So we offer our sincere condolences to both families, Mr. Deputy, to both families as well. Also, would like to add as well to those sentiments, Mr. Deputy, the condolences to the family of Mr. Georgie Capron, who as well was one of those persons who he would tell you in a minute what was on his mind. And as Mama would say, he wasn't going to bed with no ulcers because he spoke exactly what was on his mind. And so we offer again our prayers to these particular families. Mr. Deputy, this debate about blacklisting, about the financial services industry, is one that we continue to contend with in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and have been doing so for decades. As the member for West Grand Bahama and Bimini would have said, he did invoke St. Barnabas in terms of my views that have been clearly stated relative to the entire situation, if you will, for lack of a better word, about how the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and other small island developing states continue to be dealt with. Now, I will say, I'll pause here for a minute and say, as the leader of the opposition, the member for Marco City would have said, on the heels of what was mentioned by East Grand Bahama, that we all agree, we do in fact agree, that we need to have a united front in this cause because it all affects all of us. I believe that where there's some discussion and dialogue and some bantering is about the execution or how it was administered. Obviously, this is industry we still plan to be in. And I do agree that the goalpost continues to be moved over and over again because they don't want us in the business. And I've said this before, so I believe in being consistent. They don't want us in the business. That's what it is. But as we attempt to get stronger in our position, it is vitally important that we be, as the word was just used and used a lot in here today, to be proactive. And the question here today, among other questions, was how proactive was the government being in knowing what needed to be done? And that was a fundamental question that was asked here. But as I stand here, and I'm going to talk about some other issues that's heavy on my heart, and not to suggest it's not heavy on the heart of other persons in here. But as I stand here and I offer these thoughts, Mr. Deputy, we must come together as a people. The member for West Grand Bahama and Bimini talked about us needing to be unified on this front. The member for Freetown would have offered some views. The leader of the opposition would have offered some views. And again, for me to be consistent. And I just want to read, Mr. Deputy, a contribution that I made during the budget debate, June 14th, because this is something, like many of us, all of us indeed, that is something that I've really been passionate about, and it has disturbed me greatly over the decades to watch this issue continue to play out. And that's why, when I made the comment about what the Prime Minister had said at the UN, I responded to that as like many people, as a raw-boned Bahamian that I am, okay? And so I said back in June, let us imagine and build back better by agreeing on a national consensus, an apolitical position on our financial services industry in order to adapt to global trends, in particular, the agitation by G7 nations for a 15% global minimum corporate tax. The Commonwealth of the Bahamas has had to combat and fend off the insistence and dictates of the European Union, the OECD, and others whose constant strategy of moving the goalposts continues to run roughshod on small island developing states like the Bahamas. So we must be proactive and implement strategies to get ahead of coming changes as opposed to reacting to those changes. We assert our sovereignty when we put ourselves in the driver's seat. Thank you. So that was very important because I believe it's important. I believe it's vitally important that we be consistent. And also, as we talk about this topic, Mr. Deputy, there's an article here by The Guardian, and I thought it was so interesting, right? Okay. Europe put tax havens in the Caribbean, now punishes them for it, by Kenneth Mohammed. The EU's tax haven and quote unquote dirty money blacklists discriminate against Caribbean countries and other poor nations while letting Western nations off the hook. It goes on further. However, the EU has decided that this is not good enough for them and has turned against some of the economically weakest countries in the world to exercise their authority. Further, the amount of money laundered through these countries is tiny in comparison to that of money laundering cities of Europe. Further in the article, the Tax Justice Network in 2020 report revealed that tax abuse by multinationals and individuals was costing countries $427 billion a year in lost revenues. The 5 jurisdictions most responsible, it said, were the British Overseas Territory, the Cayman Islands, the UK, the Netherlands, Luxembourg, and the US. Again, it is a reminder, Mr. Deputy, a reminder to why we need to be proactive, but most importantly, on a larger level, on a real macro level, and at 30,000 feet, come together, and position ourselves as best as we can to fight off what I view and many people view as a constant assault on places like the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and our people, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, this conversation about this industry and how it continues to affect us nationally and indeed, obviously, internationally in terms of the interests of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, leads, in my view, to some larger discussions about what is going on in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And as I give these views, though it probably some people would say it would be a waste of time for me to preface it by saying this, I'm going to say it anyway. And that is, no matter in politics how often you try to come from a sincere position, we are in the, use the word loosely, we are in the game of politics. So unfortunately, everything that you say is going to be sifted through depending on, and looked at depending on which side decides to give an opinion on what you say. Mr. Speaker, as I stand here this afternoon, there's a version of what's going on in the country that the government, their narrative and what they would like to say is going on in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and what they believe. And even, I would not suggest that they are being dishonest in their view. I would never say that. But the truth is, the Bahamian people are experiencing something totally different from what the government has espoused on many different issues, Mr. Speaker. And I say these things without malice. I say these things without political posturing. I'm saying what the Bahamian people are saying out there on a daily basis and what they are feeling. And I'm sure after I offer these views, members of the government will have their view. Mr. Speaker, it is becoming increasingly clear and unfortunately very real to the Bahamian people who express it every day that the government's lack of focus, indecisiveness, lack of consultation, bad decisions and paralysis is costing and hurting the Bahamian people every day. We have a crime crisis. We do have an immigration crisis, an economic crisis, and a food crisis. Yes, and this is what the Bahamian people feel. No, but this is what they feel now. You're the government now. You're the government now.
Okay.
So you're the government now. No, you are the government now. Yeah, but you're the Mr. Deputy.
Members,
Mr. Deputy.
members,
Mr. Deputy. Mr.
members.
Deputy. Mr. Deputy, you know, when you're the government,
It's been consistent over the years.
when you're the government, you don't have the luxury. You don't have the luxury to make excuses. No government has the luxury to make excuses, right? So you accept the responsibility. The Bahamian people decided that the Progressive Liberal Party would be the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and fix things. And they decided that the Free National Movement, the Free National Movement would be the opposition. You know, Mr. Deputy, I'm part of an organization. I think the member for South Beach, though he's a member of another organization, we bear some similar things. And there's a saying called excuses. I don't know if South Beach, I think South Beach knows about them. Excuses. Yeah. It said excuses are tools. It says excuses are tools of incompetence.
Yes.
That build monuments of nothingness. And those that use them seldom achieve anything. Excuses. There you go. On crime, Mr. Deputy. Any reasonable person in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, I don't care how political they decide to be, know that we have a problem.
That's right.
We have a problem. Here's the thing. We have a problem now. Mr. Deputy. Can you protect me, please?
Members.
Protect me, right?
Members.
Protect me, right? Okay? Protect me.
Order, members, order.
Okay?
Keep it.
Right?
Keep it.
And I challenge any member in here, to stand up and say, we are doing all we can to fix the crime problem in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I challenge any member to say that we are doing all we can.
The chair recognizes honorable member for Freetown.
What's the speaking?
Yield if he issues a challenge.
No, I don't have to yield.
You're not going to yield?
I don't have to
You're not serious about your challenge?
I don't have to yield.
Yeah.
I don't have to yield.
But
Mr. Deputy, in March of this year, and I want Bahamians to hear me out today. In March of this year, no, I'm passionate about this, my brother.
Right.
Passionate about this.
Not a joke.
22 murders in March in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. 22 murders. A record in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I have never said, this side has never said that the government should have all of the answers. What we've asked the government to do is to lead.
Do the work.
To lead. We know that this is multifaceted in its nature. So the government should be leading a multifaceted approach to how we deal with crime. Right? Yes, it's not a political issue, but the government must lead. And it seems to the Bahamian people, that the government has thrown up its hands. I said, not to us, not to the members of the opposition, to the Bahamian people. You know why? Because every other day they pick up their phones and they see that bodies are dropping. Yep. The killing fields are all across the Commonwealth of Bahamas, particularly on the island of New Providence. And if the government understood and could appreciate what I was saying, they wouldn't be saying, you're the government, that's what lead. You gotta lead. Yeah. You always say all the time, lead, right? So we say lead, okay? But see, this is what I'm saying, Mr. Deputy. They want to deflect from their responsibility to lead, okay? They were gonna come up with all kinds of things now of, what should happen and so forth, okay? All right? So Mr. Deputy, it's time to govern, okay? Mr. Deputy, pictures paint 1,000 words, but there's also no substitute. There's no substitute for governance. Right. You cannot PR your way out of this crime crisis. It's time to fix it. Time to fix it. Right? The triple crisis of crime, the economy, and immigration continues to wreak havoc on the national landscape. The government, Mr. Deputy, after one full year, are continuing to take a victory lap at the expense of the Bahamian people who are facing real issues. And no matter how they spin this, Mr. Deputy, every objective person in this country can look and see that this issue of crime, that the government has not been strong enough, as aggressive enough. And it's simple. After March, when there were 22 murders, we're now at 107, 108 murders. What comprehensive plan has the government presented? What comprehensive plan has the government presented? I see the government has recognized what Bahamians have known for a while now, that we have a crisis, crime crisis. So what is the response? What is the response to the crisis? If it is the same level of response as if we had 10 murders, then we have a problem. We have 107, 108 murders. Mr. Deputy, on the economy, okay, the government has made it worse. The Bahamian people have noted that the government is asleep at the wheel with no legislative agenda. No legislative agenda. What buck up goes, throw it against the wall, let's see if it sticks, swaying to and fro with no real plan, causing real life heartaches for the Bahamian people as they guess their way on the economy and they're absent on crime. Mr. Deputy, the government has relied heavily on the increase in government revenue. They talked about VAT being reduced to 10%. But what they didn't say, that they would put a food tax on the Bahamian people on bread basket items, and they should do the right thing and take that tax off of bread basket items. Yes, yes. They didn't say they would increase the electricity costs on Bahamians and make it difficult to keep the lights on, like Mama used to say, keep the current on. Yes. They didn't say they would give millionaires a tax break, but they did. They didn't say what people are seeing now and feeling now. They've been giving more posing and more pictures instead of plans and policy. They've gotten high off of their own PR, Mr. Deputy, because what is real is that the Bahamian people are hurting across our Bahama land. They've hurt an already wounded economy with higher electricity costs, 163%. And on this BPL issue, on this issue of this increase right now, I know what they're gonna do now, they're gonna deflect. But on this issue right now of this increase, the government caused this increase by the delay. Even BPL has said that the accumulation and the delay has cost the Bahamian people more. They can't run from that. They can't duck it. They can't dodge it. They can't hide from it. That is the truth.
Yeah.
That is the truth.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Freetown.
Is misleading. BPL's statement on it being delayed stretches back to the administration that the member for St. Barnabas is so proud to say this is his second time around in this place. But it did not blame it on 1 year's delay. And it's disingenuous and dishonest to say so. The order was signed in 2022 by T. Desmond Bannister. Mr. Siobhan Cambridge talks about from back then. The member should not mislead this House and the public.
Mr. Deputy, the BPL CEO asked yesterday if the 7-month delay of the fuel charge increase made the situation worse. Quote, once you delay, you accumulate. So there was an accumulation of arrears which we now are seeking to recover through the glide path strategy.
Yes.
He was asked a specific question about 7 months. 7 months, 7 months. That's under this administration. That's under this administration. And so the Bahamian people know,
Y'all caucus on that, please.
this burden that's been placed on their heads is squarely at the feet of this government.
Yes.
Squarely at the feet of this government.
Yes.
Squarely at the feet of this government.
Yes. Google it.
What's the point
The
of
chair
all that?
recognizes the honorable member for Freetown.
Is being misleading to select from a quote when the fuel surcharge was not reconciled for 7 months. They know full well that the order signed by T. Desmond Bannister June 2020 calls for reconciliation every quarter. They know it well, or they should know it, because they were the government in June 2020.
Mr. Deputy, you know what the Bahamian people find amazing? And I do say the Bahamian people, not me, not Shannon Dawn Cartwright. This is what the Bahamian people find amazing. The government will stand up. The government will stand up. The government want to stand up and take credit for when their perceived good decisions benefit the Bahamian people. But they don't want to take responsibility when their bad decisions are hurting the Bahamian people. You can't have it both ways. You can't have it both ways. You can't have it both ways. So, no, you got to take responsibility as a government. So if you accept the good, you got to accept the bad. Right? It's called leadership. 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 All right? It's called leadership. The government has had a knee-jerk approach on the economy. No well-thought-out plans. No well-laid-out plans.
Painfully, I know.
They've only presented prosperity on paper with no real trickle down to the Bahamian people. Mr. Deputy, here's the thing,
Months ago, you spent a lot of time explaining on the
Yes, Mr. Deputy, here's the thing, Here's the thing. Like I say, I'm being naive here, but I can say it anyway. The truth is, there was a 7-month delay that's cost the Bahamian people more. So actually, if the government made the hard decision that they should have made 7 months ago, there was going to be a burden, but the burden wouldn't have been as bad. Yep. They owe an apology to the Bahamian people. They owe an apology to the Bahamian people.
All of a sudden, you're on the water right into economics. All of a sudden. The gurus of economics.
They were told that their numbers were off and the targets were overly optimistic, Mr. Deputy, and that they were lacing a false economy. They are playing Russian roulette with the Bahamian economy, affecting small Bahamian businesses and the lives of everyday Bahamians, making drastic changes without consulting. As the member for Marco City said, ask the grocers and the pharmaceutical associations in the country. The fact that the government is retreating so quickly shows that they know that the price control policy is flawed, and they rushed it and decided to do it their way. Mr. Speaker, the minimum wage is a very important thing. Very important thing. And again, in being consistent, I stood on this floor many times, and in the last administration, I do recall myself and the member for Angliston who talked about the need to increase minimum wage. I believe it's something, and we all believe it's something that should have been done. Everybody needs some. Yeah, but yeah, see, Mr. Deputy, see, they did it. But if I stood here and remind the Bahamian people, and the Bahamian people be reminded, the establishment of minimum wage came under the Free National Movement. So I mean, like what? Yeah, right. So this is my point. This is my point, Mr. Deputy.
Y'all never checked for them until the FNM told you how to govern.
But you say, but that's fine. But that's fine, but see, Mr. Deputy, but that's the part that they don't want to say. The Free National Movement established minimum wage in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. So now they want me to move on. Okay, so now they want me to move on. But the minimum wage is very, very important. I've said in here, Mr. Deputy, again, because in that same contribution that I made, because I think it's very, very important, because the Bahamian people are listening. Right? Okay. This is very important that I wish to share. Mr. Speaker, in that contribution, in referencing minimum wage, this pandemic has shown that your value as an employee increases as you reinvent yourselves. Goes on, Mr. Speaker, there must be, too, a larger conversation in the near future about increasing the minimum wage. Everyone deserves a livable wage. Increasing the minimum wage is not, in my view, an anti-business application. In fact, it helps business. It increases productivity, reduces absenteeism, and reduces turnover of staff. It increases profits. In conjunction with a minimum wage increase, we can consider some amendments to the business license fee regime to help make businesses more nimble. Those were my words, Mr. Deputy. I think that there's a larger discussion that has to be considered, that with giving the Bahamian people, hardworking Bahamians, extra money, what type of environment that we're surrounding them with when that money, that increase that they have gotten now goes to higher electricity costs. What is it, 163%? 163%. Higher food costs where the government has refused to take VAT off of bread basket items. And speaking about food costs, Mr. Deputy, we've now heard from the UN and Hands for Hunger about the amount of Bahamians who are skipping meals. And so this is something that should affect and bother each and every one of us right now. And I say this sincerely, should bother each and every one of us. And so right now, as we know, as we leave here this evening, where are we gonna get our next meal from? Whether it's pull up to, fast food joint or go somewhere else or you go home, there are a lot of Bahamians right now who didn't eat today. And so we must do our endeavor best, and we ask the government to do more, right? To do more, right? To do more, okay? To do more, right? I've talked about the government's contribution. I've talked about the government's appropriation of funds for two very important programs in the St. Barnabas constituency, which would be Bishop Walter Hanchel and Great Commissions, as well as Prophet Lawrence Rule, Mr. Deputy. Okay? But Mr. Deputy, as much as members opposite the government would continue to disagree, right? The truth is,
Be patient. It's your time soon come.
the truth is, the truth is that more and more Bahamians are feeling unsafe in the Commonwealth of Bahamas. What Bahamians viewed as ordinary, everyday occurrences, going to baby showers, catching the bus, going to the farmer's market, is unfortunately seen as playing with one's lives. The Bahamas Hotel Association have rightfully expressed concern about crime's impact on the tourism industry. The Minister of National Security agrees with the Bahamian people and members opposite that we are in a crisis. His words. I challenge any member, as I said, to stand up and say, right, that more needs to be done. See, Mr. Deputy, after a year, it's really time to govern now, because now there's crises now. And what is a test? And what is a test? And what is a test? What is a real test of leadership and any government? The first priority is how do you keep their communities safe, Mr. Deputy? Are you a good steward and keeper of the Bahamian economy, especially, Mr. Deputy, in these inflationary times where every decision that the government makes or not makes is now amplified and either can put us on a proper course or make it worse for the Bahamian people? It's clear to the Bahamian people that a number of decisions that the government has made continues to hurt them. So we call about the government to stop the PR, to stop the pictures and the posing.
That's right.
The Bahamian people want plans and policy. They want to be governed efficiently and effectively in these trying times. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Freetown.
Member for St. Barnabas put a challenge. He didn't yield during his presentation in putting the challenge. When he talks about who can say what is done, what we can say. No, you put a challenge. You put a challenge, and you don't want to hear about saturation patrols because you left no cars, no manpower. You don't want to hear about
St. Barnabas, let him finish. Let him finish.
You put a challenge.
Yeah.
You put a challenge.
Yeah. St. Barnabas, let him finish. Yeah, you'll have time. Yeah, you will have time to correct. Yeah.
Mr. Deputy.
Yeah. The chair recognized the Honorable Member for Freetown.
Mr. Deputy, the member clearly wasn't serious about his challenge. He seriously doesn't want to hear about it. And so just as they didn't want to hear of why we were deploying men, they don't want to hear now. I'll yield to Angliston.
But I was misquoted.
Okay.
Let me just say for the record, I said that I challenge any member in this house, any member, to say that more cannot be done. That's what I said. No.
Yes, that is.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Angliston.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, I am very privileged to rise on behalf of the people of Angliston. And I hope that they will note when they think of their Member of Parliament, that they will see a level of consistency in the advocacy and positions taken over the many, many, many years, and not convenient arguments that manifest themselves based upon where you happen to be sitting in the Parliament. You know, while I was sitting here, and this is a sort of disconnected thought, Mr. Deputy, I was thinking, because Kalani just spoke, and I've heard so much talk in here today, and I was just here thinking, and I was remembering when the Prime Minister then, who's now the opposition member in Kalani, woke up one morning and told the nation, without notice, you're locked down. You can't buy water. I was living with my father, and he was in his 90s, and I had to go to the store to get some things, and he shut down the stores. Not a piece of notice to the Bahamian people. People with illnesses, vulnerable people, poor people, hungry people. We don't hear lots about that. And he just decided he's shutting down the country. No notice, no nothing, no notice. What kind of leader would do that to a people? And luckily, the member aborted that at some point during the course of that, I believe that day. Because I can tell you, It was getting very itchy in this town. And in fact, on East Street, there were gatherings of young people. And that was going in a direction. So, when I hear all of this talk in here, I know that when the Over the Hill initiative was implemented, did not include St. Barnabas or Angliston. And I can tell you, I was a member that advocated for that legislation to include Angliston. We hear a word from St. Barnabas. Not a word from St. Barnabas. He actually was attending the town meetings for the other areas, but not a word. No. Mr. Deputy, I don't yield. No. I do not yield.
Huh?
I'm not yielding. And Mr. Deputy, you hear the member in here.
She's not yielding, so let's just move on. But I will definitely. You will have time.
You whisper in someone A. Oh, okay. Sorry, you whisper.
Yeah.
Well, the people of St. Barnabas didn't hear you on that point.
To clarify.
The people of St. Barnabas, we know what went down there. The people of St. Barnabas did not hear you, and you might have whispered it under the table, but the people of St. Barnabas didn't hear it. Okay? And then we hear, all of this talk now about crime. It's so much different talks, and we're talking about this legislation. And, someone made the point, this should have been passed in a very short period of time so we can move on and get this country regularized. But it's an extensive debate, and we heard about everything. But the most recent, we just heard about crime. The thing I like, what I like about the Bahamian people, Mr. Deputy? They know it when they see it, They know it when they see it. We have had a problem or a situation with crime and violence in this country for quite a while. There was a UB research which showed that there is greater gun use in crime in this country than in almost anywhere else, definitely in the region and almost globally. We've had a problem with crime for a little while. And all of a sudden now, we got a crisis of crime. We got a crisis of, yes, we had it for a while. Where were you? Where were you in this country? We have had, it doesn't matter. They got Mr. Deputy, they got this keyword now, deflect, okay? I hear these keywords, but I don't know who your PR people is. You want to talk about PR? I hear PR all the way through this debate was PR. I heard it, the keywords, the click words. And so, for us to, listen, we have a problem. We have had a problem for a while. And this is, just give me a break so I can speak, please. I know you want to dominate the thing, but you ain't going to do it for Angliston. Just get real now. Get real.
Order, members. Order. Order.
Watch it now. This is my time. This is my time. Do not interrupt the St. Barnabas.
Order, members.
All right.
Members, let's be respectful.
And so, this is an issue that's vexing all of us. And the member for Freetown began to say what the initiatives are, but they don't want to hear that because they want to ride a horse. They want to ride a horse into the wilderness because they want to, rake it up and ride it up. But at the end of the day, what they have to understand, the Bahamian people understand that this is a national issue, a very serious concern. And I agree, and I've been advocating for years. See, I ain't just, what I'm hoping people of Angliston see, that this MP is consistent. I don't make convenient arguments. And I have been arguing for years in and out of government that we have to get to the root of the issues that is leading to the levels of violence in this country. This all our business. These children coming from our houses, from our homes, they're coming out there, and this is what we're seeing. And it's our sons. I heard the member talk about the bloodbath, the killing fields, all of this spectacular language. No. This is my opinion.
Yeah.
This is my opinion. No.
Yeah, I would give you when she is done. I would let you.
All of this salacious language. okay, to describe what's happening here. We have had, you know, this, what we're seeing in this country is very disturbing to all of us. And the government is making many strides, and I want to invite the member for Freetown to speak to it if he thinks it is fit during the course of this proceeding. And so, Mr. Deputy, we are speaking today about this issue of the blacklisting. And you know, it's so sad how this debate has transpired, because the level of, what should I say, disingenuousness? I can't say that because I wouldn't want to attribute that to anyone. But the level of hypocrisy that I have seen coming from that side. And you know, let me just say, you know, I want to go straight to something that I saw, and this is from someone who was a member of the Free National Movement and who served in the FNM cabinet, and he most recently spoke about this issue. I gotta find this article. This is it right here. This was October 5th, and this is the Tribune article, and I'd be happy to lay it. It's a Neil Hartnell, the Tribune, and it comes from John Delaney, who was Attorney General. And I was just breezing through this, and you know, this was just a few days ago, and this is after the blacklisting that we'd heard so much about on the other side there, about how, ooh, this, that, and the next thing. But what he says here, he says, this is what the article says: John Delaney, the former Attorney General, told Tribune Business that the 27 nation bloc's a continued use of name and shame tactics was more appropriate for dealing with a rogue state. This is what the former FNM Attorney General said, than a nation such as the Bahamas, which has always been, in his words, largely compliant. And he's talking after this incident now that we're dealing with, and responsive to legitimate requests for regulatory improvements. Yes. And then he goes further. We have amended our laws, changed those regulations, tightened the process of compliance for Know Your Customer and client compliance procedures, and stiffened money laundering and terror financing regimes, and yet the EU discriminates against the smaller countries of the Caribbean. And then this article quotes from Oxfam, and they get even more rough in this language. And he says, which is an anti-poverty group, and he says that and this is, I'll give you his name in a minute, but it's in the article. The EU member states such as Luxembourg get a free pass, even though they offer similar products, services, and tax regimes. And then he goes further. How can anyone give this list any credibility? Bermuda is one of, and this is their language, one of the world's worst tax havens with its zero corporate tax rate. Yet the EU took it off the list after it made a few woolly promises to reform. Woolly promises now. Now, we don't make woolly promises. We do it. We do it. We go there, we fight, we argue for this nation. And to be sitting in here and to hear this kind of politically trite approach is disturbing. And then Mr. No. That's my opinion. You don't have to like it. That's my opinion.
Point of order.
What's the point of order?
We should be on one accord with this and be talking.
So, point of order. The chair recognizes the Honorable City from Marco City.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. The acting Prime Minister and member for Angliston, unfortunately, is misleading the House, and I'd just like to address that issue, Mr. Deputy. The member used the word disingenuous, followed closely by hypocrisy, and then went on to quote an article from a former cabinet minister of the FNM who expressed the same sentiments mentioned by several members of the government.
Right, so may
I finish? No, let me finish. No, you cannot finish. You cannot accuse us of being hypocritical and we can't answer it. So let me make the point then.
Marco City.
Make the point.
Honorable member, address the questions to me.
So I've already stated what the point of order is. So the member for Angliston has made, by quoting former Cabinet Minister John Delaney the exact point that they made and the exact point that we made, which is we. Yes, but also the member for Bamboo Town. So it is. So St. Barnabas, for St. Barnabas, so it is inappropriate. No, so it is inappropriate. It is inappropriate to label the opposition as being hypocritical, especially since, Mr. Deputy, we've had members of the government try to lay out the case of blaming the FNM for the blacklisting. So if we're talking about trite arguments, let us evenly distribute the responsibility. We heard the member for Bain and Grantstown talk about a software problem that was, in his estimation, created under the FNM. So it is unfair for us to be labeled as hypocritical or disingenuous. I would ask that the member withdraw that or be struck from the record.
Yes. And if you don't like the word hypocritical, I will put it this way, that you advocate, from what I've heard, the arguments over there, and you could cherry pick, but from what I've heard is that you make one argument when you have your experience has taken you in a different direction. I can't even define hypocritical. I don't get it. So now the other, who's I? Having complete, now may I continue? Mr. Delaney, meanwhile, told this newspaper it was, and I quote, truly unfortunate that after 22 years, and that's at least 4 administrations. Well, I'm not withdrawing, so we can get that part.
Yeah, she said she's not withdrawing. Yeah.
Have both of those terms, disingenuous and hypocritical, on that point, struck from the record, Mr. Deputy.
If I may continue, because I sat here all day and heard all these members speak. I sat here. So I'd like the opportunity to speak. Mr. Delaney, meanwhile, yes, this is not a back and forth, please. Mr. Delaney, Mr. Deputy. He's intimidated.
Okay.
He hasn't even said I'm fine with hypocritical, disingenuous being on the record.
Yeah.
Mr. Delaney, meanwhile, told this newspaper.
Yeah.
Point of order.
Okay. She's using it as her opinion. I'm going to check the rule book. As she go on, I'm going to check the rule book right now. So you could continue. Once I find it, then I will rule. Continue, Angliston.
Thank you. Mr. Delaney, meanwhile, told this newspaper it was, quote, truly unfortunate that after 22 years, this is an former FNM minister, the EU and other agencies continue to employ so-called blacklisting tactics against the Bahamas when a more constructive and diplomatic approach would be better at securing any legitimate financial services-related objectives they have. And, you know, I don't need to go through the blacklisting because it happened twice the other day with them. And it happened, you know, this is not a finger-pointing exercise. This is a real struggle that we are engaged in. And you know, I spoke about this before in Parliament. No.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
Mr. Deputy, I'm holding an article which I've signed and I will table. I made the point earlier that the government, when in opposition, did not take the bipartisan approach that they would have the Bahamian public make. What they did is they were sharp in their criticism after the blacklisting, evidenced by this article. In this article is also the member for Angliston is also it's also in this. So all I'm saying is we have both administrations have criticized the other because of the blacklisting. That's the point I'm making. I'm just saying both administration both administrations have been critical of the other because they felt there were some missteps that could have prevented the blacklisting.
Okay.
So it's unfair to allow the member to continue to mislead the public as if they have never engaged in the conversation.
Okay, yeah. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Angliston.
Relax.
No,
Yeah.
sit down.
Members, order.
That's what you believe.
Order.
What you believe. You believe that. Mr. Deputy,
Members,
I want to say that
let her finish.
you can't table in the middle of my speech.
Not now. Yeah, yes.
You cannot table anything in the middle of my speech.
Yeah, I understand.
About the perceived missteps of the other.
All right.
That's both administrations.
Okay, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Angliston.
I hope the country watching. I hope they watching. Let me just say about what the member is speaking about. And I want to speak about what I said in this parliament about the blacklisting, because I have it here. I happen to have my speech, and you were sitting right over here. Okay? Right. My colleagues, which was primarily Exuma and Cat Island, took a very noble approach to it. And they actually said, I think I remember the deputy, our deputy then, and our deputy prime minister saying, we'll help pass the legislation in 24 hours. We'll work with you. That's what he said. I took a different position. I said, you keep making it political and look at where you are now. You said, and I got the words right here. The shoe is on the other foot and your corn hurting. That's what I said. So I hope they quoted me in that papers. No, I'm just letting you know I was critical. I was critical for the very same reason that I'm critical now. Because you say one thing, you do another. Let me read what I said in Parliament, Deputy.
That's the point I'm making.
I said, this is what I said, Mr. Deputy. We must view and comprehend our circumstances, our dilemma with plain eyes. These same states which so vigorously pursue their self-interest over and against the self-interest of small island developing states such as ours and proclaim the high ideals are many of those which engage in the transatlantic trade of human trafficking for slave labor in this region. This is from the record in this parliament. This is not an attack. This is an historic fact. They are also some of this is what I said when you were blacklisted. This is what I said when you were blacklisted, when we were blacklisted under your watch, when the country was blacklisted under your watch. This is what I argued. They are also some of the very same states that sat in a room in Europe several decades ago with a map of Africa, the Berlin Conference, on the table and divided the continent up for their respective treasuries and colonizing exploitation. It is some of these very nations which formed this European Union, which colonized and exploited indigenous peoples and raped nations of their natural resources. And then I went on to speak about history has shown that we have prided ourselves on best-in-class rules and procedures. The Bahamas is the leader in the financial services sector, a leader, and have been able to attract legitimate business globally, which has contributed to our GDP and positively to our economic growth. But as the economic realities of the big nations become affected, they seek to change the rules of engagement in pursuit of their self-interest. And I can go on and on. You know, this is my criticism at the time. I criticized those who blacklisted us. That's who I criticized. And no, well, okay, all right, okay. And so, you know, this, you know, yeah. You know, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, you know, when you go back to 2000, this is how long we've been fighting this war. We have been fighting, and that was under the Ingram administration. And there's a whole list of legislation that was effected during that time. The Proceeds of Crime Act, Evidence, Proceedings, and Other Jurisdiction Act, Evidence, Proceedings, and Other Jurisdictions Amendment Act, Central Bank of the Bahamas Amendment Act, banks, and it goes on and on and on and on and on and on. And we have been fighting this ever since. So the right.
We need to block it. I think us to continue to recite our resume about how committed we are. What we can do.
And so, you know,
Order,
it's very clear,
order,
Mr.
members.
Deputy. It's very clear, Mr. Deputy, that, well, I think that the member talked about a resolution. To the extent that this can actually, you know, we're a small state. You can hardly see the Bahamas on the map. And I want to give kudos to the Prime Minister, because he went to United Nations from this little place you could hardly see on the map. And he told them straight and plain, to the face. And that is more than has ever happened in recent years in this country. More than that has happened in any year, in many years in this country. So the question is, what do you do? Well, I think the member for Fort Charlotte had some ideas and thoughts of what we can do, but we don't lay down and play dead. And we don't come in here and divide, and we don't come in here and make political hay of issues that affect not just the livelihood of the Bahamian people, but our sovereignty, our integrity, our pride. That is what is at stake here. Yeah, you don't have to keep defending yourself every little thing, though. Okay, but speak for yourself when you speak. When you speak, go right ahead. You know, you just just take it easy, man. Okay. Now and so these amendments are necessary because they'll create greater efficiency for compliance and to narrow the field, because you now call, what do they call them? Supervising authorities. The supervising authorities to be able to go and deal with their specific constituency and bring about a greater level of compliance quickly, as opposed to the top-up Ministry of Finance or whatever it is entity to deal with all of these different things. So this will create greater efficiency. But one thing that has to come out of this debate, though, is that, in my view, and I think I'm still entitled to that, in my view is that we have to seek the true arguments. And I mean, we know it's politics. We know we want to make the case and we want leverage and all that. I understand that. You know, we all probably have executed that in that fashion. But there are some things that the nation has to see. You see, because all of these things lead to a disintegration in the social and consciousness of our people. At some point, we must seek to find common ground on something. We can do that. And see, that is why the member for Exuma, when we were in opposition, he told them, and I was there, he said, I will work with you in 24 hours. 24 hours to do what needs to be done. That's what we should be saying on this issue. Unless we're not on the same page in some shape or form as to what is happening here. So, so I want to, so we think this legislation is very necessary. Just before I sit down, I don't even know how much time I have, but just before I sit down, I heard about the travel, right? I heard about the travel. And let me just say, I heard the member for St. Barnabas talk about the food thing, and I saw that study also. The truth is, during the pandemic, there was a lot of hardship. I know some initiatives were done, but I know at least for 3 months, nothing was done. And that was a terrible time in this country, 3 months before you did anything. And people had to just wander the jungle to survive. And so, I think we have to address hunger in this country, and there's no argument there. And so, but I just don't want us to narrow it or marginalize it to a political argument. It's political to some extent because, like you say, it's our responsibility. But it's not political PLP, FNM debate. It's a fundamental debate that has been with us for a while, and we have to see how we can get to the root of it. And certainly I know, and I see it firsthand. So I just want to say that. Now, on the issue of travel, because I got to talk about travel. The member for East Grand Bahama said that the travel budget was increased 11.1%. From the 2021, whatever it was. 2021. And I went to look that up because that piqued my interest. And the budget is 14 million. I said, let me check this out. I went and I found out this 4 years ago now, 3-4 years ago. The Free National Movement Administration created a budget for $18.9 million on travel. Unprecedented, we ain't see that yet, and certainly we ain't guilty of that. This administration is not guilty of that. That administration cannot talk about travel. $18.9 million on travel. And then they went further. They went and extended the benefits for travel. And so now what they did in 2020, which was after they had that big, fat, unprecedented budget, they extended the benefits they increased per diem for ministers. They for the first time ever, gave per diem to spouses, and on and on. I can lay these things here, they're here, but talk about travel. The one good thing about this prime minister is when he goes tough. He goes there and he say, I speak in for my people. So the former prime minister, I don't know what he was doing. I don't know what he was doing. The mangoes and bananas in Haiti, and on and on. And the prime minister has a specific advocacy. And I heard some allusion to St. Anne's, and I think I understand what he was saying, and I don't want to misunderstand him, so I'm not purporting to put an interpretation of what he said. But the prime minister is telling the larger states that you are engaging in activities on the planet that's impacting us who don't owe you nothing. I mean, you might owe us something, but we owe you nothing, but you are hurting us and harming us. And as a result, we're paying a high price for your individualized consumption and activities. And that therefore, in the circumstances, as you pursue wealth and huge profits, our people, like Dorian, and by the way, let me tell you Dorian, this increase in the travel budget, 18.9 million, came after Dorian, right after Dorian. Just saying, yes, right after Dorian. So you look at what happened to us in Dorian, and the impact, and these are the arguments that he's making. Some people argue for reparations. Because I can tell you the legacy and the inheritance that comes from that experience. If you can use that word to describe that horrific period in human history, has left many of us, peoples, with residual challenges, including now they look at epigenetics, even genetic change, the type of diseases, etc. And of course, all the other stuff, the setting back of natural development by this superimposed process for the greed, inhumane greed of a center at that time. So I think and so the reparations says, you are very wealthy, we built your Harvard University, we built this, it's our labor, that's what the argument is based on. It's based on the legacy of slavery, but also in how slave labor built many of these states. So what the prime minister is seeking to do is to make the argument that there has to be a level of accountability. And as you move to a more civilized planet, and we hope we can get there, where you do not have these kinds of modalities like slavery as being accepted, or pure capitalistic greed, that you will be able to cause for states like ours, which only this big, to be given its appropriate consideration in the scheme of things and due justice. So he is out there, and he's not the only one, as we heard Barbados is also doing it, out there arguing for us. So he traveling, and I listened to Kalani, and it sounded like, boy, he missed traveling. I admit, but I'm sure he's in a position he could go wherever he wants. But when the prime minister travels, I believe we can see what it is that he's doing, and he's building relationships across the globe that we hope will bring benefit to our people. So I hope you don't hear about travel again, because when you do, I can remind you, $18.9 million after Dorian. And Abaco ain't here, because boy, Abaco will tell you something about that, because they feel like you ain't do much when your time was, when they're, right after that. And then, we talked about the, well, so you say. The Bahamian people speak, your opinion is not relevant. It's what the Bahamian people think. No disrespect. Okay, good. Yep, it is. No. And then I heard the only other thing I keep hearing about the legislative agenda. And, I just want to say that much of the legislative agenda of the prior administration was abhorrent, including the Commercial Enterprises Act, which allowed Bahamian labor to be undermined by if the immigration department didn't respond to an application, I think it was 14 days, you get automatic work permit without due process, without the what you call it, the labor certificate, without advertising, due diligence, without due diligence. That was their legislative agenda. They brought legislation to give tax breaks, to change the definition of whatever it was, manufacture, whatever, with oil companies in Freeport, to allow billionaire companies to get to be exempt from taxes. And and then of course, then you had the amendments which led to Lyford. I believe amendment came. That was legislation for Lyford Key to be exempt from tax that had been imposed not so long, a couple of days before that. I think they wrote a letter, and they were upset, and they were heard. Yeah, you brought legislation, the moonwalk.
You did the moonwalk with now. The same moonwalk you talk about, Mara. Yes, the moonwalk.
Yeah. Anyway. Anyway, I want to end by just saying, right? I want to end by just saying, Mr. Deputy, that this is an issue that we're being victimized. I think that, and the former FNM Attorney General agrees that this nation is being victimized by those European states and others. That when our nation is being victimized, we stand together. We should have been out of here 4 hours ago. But anyhow, it is what it is. We all have the right to speak. But I think that we should not be divided on these issues. And in that, yeah, okay, you don't talk. Yeah, you spoke.
This is not blacklisting because of 4 hours.
Yeah.
It's blacklisting because you didn't have it.
Well, they said the same thing about you too. You want me to read the FNM Attorney General's interpretation of these events? Okay, all righty. And so, Mr. Deputy, I just want to end by saying that the legislation is necessary because it's all part of the responsiveness on how we meet these shifting goalposts. And so it's necessary. It's part of the picture. It's a piece of the puzzle. And so it has to happen. But I just want to say, and it's sad that we are being put in this position every time, because it's legislation after legislation after legislation after legislation after legislation. That's what's happening in the Bahamas and other nation states like ours. I just want to end by saying that Mr. Deputy, that we are in challenging times in the world and in this country. It is my view that the Davis administration and its varying agents, which include the people in this parliament, that everyone is working very hard to seek to bring about reform, progress, relief, advancement for the Bahamian people. I don't think anyone around here is just here for the ride. And we are in many instances seeking to effect fundamental change. That is what New Day means to me. Amen. Fundamental change. And that is in healthcare, in education, in the economy, in our social safety net, in immigration reform, and on and on and on and on and on in this side, on this side. The one good thing about this prime minister, and I think this is my last commentary, is that he has a very keen eye for the small man. We can see that for a little while. You see, I mean, the Kalani came in here and he argued for the merchants, and there's nothing wrong with that. But you know, someone got to argue for the small man. And I want to say that I am very pleased that he does have that sensitivity, and he ensures that we all have that sensitivity for those who are most vulnerable. You know, my father, I just quoted this the other day, used to tell me, we are not here for the rich and powerful, because they can take care of themselves. They're rich and they're powerful. That's not what governance is about. And so I believe the Bahamian people know, imperfect though it may be, and I show it's imperfect, the Bahamian people know that there is a team of people who have committed their energies, their intellect, their everything over the next couple of years. And I don't know, God willing, whoever goes beyond, that we are committed to advancing this nation. Amen. Committed to advancing this nation. And so, Mr. Deputy, we support this legislation. We decry division on this particular matter. Even, you shouldn't even be criticizing. We should seek to do what has to be done to take it forward. Because we were here before. I was over there, and y'all didn't do something. That's what they said. They didn't do something. And in fact, you know, that the point was raised. You listened to Sandoval. He told you that we sent the Attorney General and the Minister of Economic Affairs. They went physically, when that was, a few weeks ago, to Paris, to argue the case, to say, you're not right about this. You're not right about this. But they insisted. So, you know, that's how it go. I said, like I said when I spoke the other day, call. That's how it go. So, you know, the truth is, so we have to be very careful how we seek to make a political, this one is about our people. This is about our nation, and this is about our right. This is about the right of the people in this country to have a good economy, to make a good living, to seek a decent standard of life. That's what this is about. And everything that happens challenges that. And I end by saying the Bahamas is a leader. Yes. Leader in the financial services. We ain't no jokey, just so whatever knock-up goes. This nation is a leader in financial services. You don't agree, St. Anne's?
Said let's keep our position.
Yes, I agree with you. Let's keep our position, and we see what's required. You got to work very hard. We are a leader, and we got to, you know, and so we got to always remember when we get into this parliament that we don't turn. What did Prime Minister Kalani say? Toffee shop? Huh? Taffy? It's no toffee shop. We talking about our country. So, you know. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. I appreciate the time.
Thank you, Honorable Member. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Automatic Exchange of Financial Account Information Act 2016. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a second time and committed.
Exchange of Financial Account Information Act 2016.
Further second reading of bills.
Second readings, Mr. Deputy. But I do now move that the House dissolves itself into the Committee of the Whole with the member for Seabreeze in the chair.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the House to resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole with the member of Seabreeze in the chair. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The House will now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole with the member of Seabreeze in the chair.
We need to vote, though. Oh.
Committee of the Whole.
Madam Chair, I should move that the long title, the Automatic Exchange of Financial Account Information Amendment Bill 2022, be accepted.
Second. It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who are opposed will stand. The long title is agreed. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, I move that the short title be agreed.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The short title is agreed.
Madam Chair, I move that the amendment of Section 2 of the Principal Act of Section 2 be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that Clause 4 of the bill, Clause 2 of the bill be agreed. As many are in favor. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried.
Madam Chair, I move that Clause 3 of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that Clause 3 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried.
Madam Chair, I move that Clause 4 of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that
Member?
the chair recognizes the member for Centerville.
Madam Chair, I move that there be an amendment to Clause 4 in the head note, for the head note to read, for the insertion of the word "and powers" immediately after the word "function." So that should then read delegation of functions and powers. 12A, delegation of functions and powers. Yep. In the head note of the proposed new section 12A, insert immediately after the word functions, the words "and powers." Is it?
You have that as a...
Yep, we have it under control over here.
Yes. Additionally, Madam Chair, in the chapeau of the proposed new section 12A, for the insertion immediately after the word "function," the words "or powers." Or powers. So then that would now read, the competent authority may by order delegate any function or power conferred on him under this act. Additionally as well, one of the "ons" to be deleted as well.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill be amended as read. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The bill is amended as read.
Madam Chair, I now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded.
As amended.
It has been amended.
It has been moved and amended.
It has been moved and amended that the bill in its entirety, as many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who are opposed will stand. The bill is agreed in its entirety as amended.
Madam Chair, I now move that the Deputy Speaker to take the chair.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the Deputy Speaker do now take the chair. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The Deputy Speaker will now take the chair. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I beg leave to report that the committee has examined the bill, having made amendments thereto.
Key. Resolution.
Honorable members, the chairman of the committee of the whole has reported that the committee has examined the bill, making amendments thereto. Third reading and passing of bills. The chair recognizes the honorable member for West and Grand Bahama.
So, Deputy, I now move that the automatic exchange of financial account information amendment bill 2022 be passed.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. The automatic exchange and financial accounts information, Bill 2022. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a third time and pass.
A bill for an act to amend the Automatic Exchange of Financial Account Information Act 2016.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title therefore declare to be Automatic Exchange of Financial Accounts Information Act 2022. Further reading of bills.
No further readings.
Consideration of Senate amendments. Resolutions. Member statements. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. The opening of my presentation earlier tonight, I gave condolences to a number of families here in New Providence and throughout Grand Bahama. Thank you for indulging me as I made a request earlier that I wanted to elaborate with respect to several persons who have passed and who I wish to, on behalf of my colleagues, extend condolences to their families. One of those is an author, a poet, an entrepreneur, an outspoken Bahamian, George Capron, who many of us in here, certainly all the veterans, know him very well.
Broadcaster.
And he's also a broadcaster. Thanks very much, West End. An outstanding Bahamian who spoke his mind. He is really like Nesbitt Higgins. He is old school Bahamian man who speaks his mind, who's not somebody that's easily swayed. And in this politics that we're in, we know that there are many persons who say one thing and they do something completely different. George Capron was somebody, he called it as he saw it, and you could accept it or not accept it. He went to St. John's College and an outstanding man that I grew to admire being in the Council of the Free National Movement. We also lost Levant Miller. It's stunning for many of us because he's such a young person who passed. I believe he was about 33 years old. Bachelor's degree, master's degree, working on his PhD. And it's okay. And so he is somebody who was committed to entrepreneurship, and committed to the development of young people. He served as the chairperson for the Golden Gates Association, and he will certainly be missed by many of the persons who've worked with him over the years, and he had a passion for community service. And of course, Nesbitt Higgins. I'll say more about him on another occasion, but I really want to say how much he has made a difference in the lives of so many persons in the Free National Movement and on the other side. Nesbitt is someone who spoke up for the causes he believed in and the people he believed in. And I just simply know him as someone who had a clear understanding of political issues. He was one of the, we say, founding members of the Free National Movement, and he never wavered in his commitment to nation building. He had friends on both sides of the political aisle, like George Capron. George Capron was a supporter of the Progressive Liberal Party early at 20 years old. He transitioned when Secessel transitioned. And Nesbitt Higgins was somebody who had friends on both sides, but they all respected him for what he stood for. He was a meritorious council member of our party, a committed, a family man, loved his wife, loved his children. We are going to miss him greatly. And so I want to say on behalf of my wife, Berlice, officers and members of the Free National Movement, how much we miss our freedom fighters, and to let the family know that we stand with them, we pray for them, they're in our thoughts, and we know that God has the ability to give peace amidst this difficult period of grief and sorrow. So thank you very much. May their souls rest in peace.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Appointment of select committees. Instructions to select committees. Discharge of select committees. Notices for future meetings. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Carmichael.
Thank you. Good evening, Deputy Speaker. I rise to give notice that at the next sitting of the House, I will move the following resolution. Whereas subsection 1 of section 4 of the Minimum Wages Act, chapter 31B, the Act provides for the fixed weekly, daily, and hourly minimum wages for an employee. And whereas subsection 2 of section 4 of the Act provides that the minister may by order increase the sums specified in the subsection 1 after consultation, A, with a confederation being, in the opinion of a minister, a confederation representative of employers and associations of employers generally, and B, with an association of registered trade unions being an association in the opinion of the minister, representative of employees generally, and whereas the minister responsible for labor, after consultation with the bodies referred to in paragraph A and B, as hereinto aforesaid, has made the minimum wages increase in Minimum Wages Order 2022 to increase the sums specified in subsection 1 in the form attached, and whereas subsection 3 of section 4 provides that as soon as the minister has made a minimum wages order, it shall be subject to affirmative resolution of both houses of Parliament. Now therefore be it resolved that this House approves the minimum wages increase in Minimum Wages Order 2022.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Order that the notice be brought up. order that the documents to lie on the table. Adjournment?
I'll let you deputy review all those in the name of the government.
Do all notices in the name of the office.
For the adjournment, Mr. Deputy, I now move that the House adjourns to Wednesday, October 26th, 2022 at 10 a.m.
Is there a seconder?
Yeah.
It has been moved and seconded that the House and its rising do adjourn to the 26th of October, 2022 at 10 a.m. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Final adjournment.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that the House stands adjourned to Wednesday, October 26th, 2022 at 10 a.m.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the House do now adjourn. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The House stands adjourned to 10 a.m., the 26th of October, 2022.
All rise.